Sanibona. Sanibona. Dumelang. Okay, may I have your undivided attention, please? Okay. Thank you very much. In front of you is Dumsane Mtungwa. Dumsane Mtungwa is from the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. I know that you have been liaising with Usoli. Ntate Soli Muhlala. Soli is around. I just wanted to make this announcement. As you would know that, as was communicated to you when you did your respective workshops in your respective communities, that we were supposed to start at 10 o'clock. You would note that today, I think Soli did communicate this to you, that today we are conjoining two regions. And by the looks of things, we've got stakeholders from Ekurhuleni, youth that were identified in the respective workshops who are from Ekurhuleni. The Westrand region, they are still on their way. If you know the province very well, you would know that Westrand and Ekurhuleni, there's a distance in between. And all those stakeholders, just like you, they were ferried in the morning by transport. We are still communicating with them. We anticipate that we are going to start latest so that the process becomes fair. We start around, we were looking at 10 was the time that was initially conceptualized that we were going to start at 10. So I think we are going to start at 11:30. The reason why I'm saying, I'm making this announcement is that we will start being edgy and we'll start idling around and so on and so forth. But most importantly, it is because of the respect we have for you, such that we keep you posted on what is happening. We are waiting. Why are we waiting? We are waiting because this workshop is for Ekurhuleni youth plus Westrand. The Westrand route, they are still en route coming to the venue. So that's why we are waiting. We are anticipating that we are going to start, I think 11:30 is a safe time that we could start the workshop. You are all welcomed. I'm sure Soli did indicate this to you. And we are wishing you a very fruitful discussions. Thank you very much.
start with our engagements. I hope we are ready. We have prepared this event. We are going to speak our minds as young people. We are not going to be apologetic. We are going to speak what is in our mind. The Gauteng legislature is the parliament of the province, is the voice of the people. We are in favor of the public. Section 118 of the Constitution, it says a provincial legislature must involve the public in everything that we are doing. Hence, we are having one of this activity today, the Unemployed Youth Seminar. We will engage, focus, engage in meaningful participation. Asifuna abantu balale la. Don't get into a taxi uyalala bese uyalala uphindele emuva. So we are here to speak our mind. Okay, just give us 5 minutes. I'm going to go and fetch the Deputy Chairperson of Committees, then we will start. Thank you.
Okay, Tumela, guys, we are about to start. Just by show of hands, may I establish or establish whether we have all completed the register. Since I need a register. There are those that it's important to sign the register because we will be using those registers as a database here. So it's important that you sign a register. The register down the wayside, there's a registration station there where you can go and register. May I also ask you, can I get your undivided attention? May I also request, I know that there are those that who would have went outside. If you know that there are people that are outside, this is an opportunity to call them to come inside. Okay, so we are about to start. The procession is going to come from that side so that we could begin our shop. Thank you very much for being patient with us. Kindly call those that were here, because when I came here earlier on, there were much more people than the people we have in the hall now. So I would request that we call them to come inside, but we are going to start, as we have said, we are starting at 11:30. Thank you very much. Sicela bandla ukuthi there are chairs in front. We are expecting all of you cela nibe nize ngala in front. There are chairs in front. Let's fill in the spaces lawa ala in front. It is not, this is our event. It's not looking nice when there are empty chairs in front. Siyacela nisondele. Siyacela nisondele. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Can we be quiet? We will start with our program. Before we can start, may I request that we rise up? Before the national anthem, we'll just rise up, and for 1 minute, we will do this moment of silence. We lost one of our participants. We have done prep workshop during the process, November. Can we rise? Let's take our head off our heads and bow for 2 seconds, 2 minutes for the soul of our participant. Thank you. May I request DJ to, let's rise. Request the DJ to play the national anthem. Your heads must be off. Ikogo baba. Sing along. You may sit down. Thank you. Okay. We have started with our work. I hope we are going to engage in a meaningful public participation. All of us were going to be quiet, listen to the proceedings. We are going to engage and debate. So it is very important that we listen to and focus to the debate. Without any further wasting time, let me request the councillor to come and do opening and welcome. Over to you.
Ngiyabonga ngizothanda ukuthi ngikhulume inkulumo mhlambe sonke soyizwa mara sibe si ritswakwatsaka sihlangahlanganisa ukuthi sizwaneni, but mine is just short, it's not a long story. Ngiyabonga mangibona ulusha ligqwele la. Ngiyaqabanga ukuthi namhlanje sizoba nengqoqo ezizwakalayo kulomqimbi wanamhlanje. So mine is to welcome you. Nibe nengqoqo ezimisa phambili mhlambe sizaba nendlela masiphuma la. So engizokuqala kakhulu ukuthi sonke masibeni la phakathi ukwenza ukuthi ungamisti konke okuzabe kuqoqwa lapha phakathi ngoba kuyingxenye yejini yethu esaba sihamba. Ngiyabonga ngisho kanjalo.
Round of applause. Thank you. At the Gauteng legislature, we have 4 presiding officers. These are the face of the legislature. We have the speaker, the deputy speaker, the chairperson of committees, and then we have the deputy chairperson of committees. In our midst, let me welcome Honorable Mpapa Kanyane, is the deputy chairperson of committees, is going to do the purpose of the event. Over to you. Round of applause, please.
Thanks for the opportunity. And to start with, let me start with the councillor to be in our midst. It's an honor for the legislature to have you here. And again, let me also acknowledge the youth in our province from all the regions. Your presence is highly valued, and this is dictated by the topic that we'll be dealing with today. And again, let me also welcome our panelists. You'll see them. And these panelists, they were selected from our youth sector parliament. We have the youth sector parliament every year around June, where they engage in debates. And now, those youth, when they debate, they make sure that there are designable outcomes. So now today, they will be the ones who are our panelists. And again, I must also acknowledge the staff of the legislature and also the participants. We've got the coordinators who are here in Tsakani working with our staff. I think the work that they've done, it's really immeasurable, and we have really to acknowledge that. Again, with respect, today we are going to be engaged in a dialogue. And this dialogue, it's worrying. We talk about the youth unemployment. You know, I reflected on this in our briefing, that really it's inconceivable to talk about the youth unemployment. And we are now pushed and moved to a point where the youth unemployment becomes a sector. We have to be ashamed as government. We have to be ashamed as the legislature. We can't really come to that level because it shows that we've abandoned our responsibilities. Talking about unemployment. Really? Now, let's engage in this dialogue. Also having that in mind, that the dialogue cannot be an exercise in futility. So these discussions, it is our noblest wish that they have to rise up, translate mere discussions, exercise in futility. We need to make sure that we translate this into action. Now the panelists will make sure that whatever resolutions that we come up with, let it bear fruits. It cannot be just a talk. Otherwise, we'll be circumlocating. We know our country is faced with multiple challenges that are seemingly insurmountable. And these have protracted this country over a long period. But again, the challenge that we are facing, all of us, is both ideological and also our activist role as the youth, so that we transform the working class ethic into a palpable reality. That's what should happen. But now, we start somewhere. Today, let it be the discussion, and it should not really end up here. We cannot regard this as an event. We're here establishing the relationships, and relationships that must be everlasting relationships. Now, it is our noblest wish that let this bear fruits. This discussion we're going to be engaged with today. Now, amongst us, I must also welcome the IEC. We always have the IEC wherever we go, in all the sectors that we do, because the issue of the elections is ongoing. But now, why we have them, we want also to drill this, so that you are always locate these voting rights. It must be located somewhere, so that you really understand this issue of voting. Does it really ring a bell? What does it say to us? Without determining, dictating, but now the right to vote. That element must also disseminate so that we embrace it, we understand it. That's why we have them all along. But on that note, we cannot keep on mourning. We can't keep on mourning. Let's rise up to the majestic heights and make sure that we change our own lives. So now this debate, let it really touch us and change who we are, and tomorrow we get somewhere. I believe alone I can't make it, but together we can. Alone I can't break this wall, but together we can. Let's hold ourselves together and make sure that victory is certain. There's nothing that can really defeat the minds of the working class. That's why we are here. And I want to be involved in this, which we know is more on development. It's more on tuition, and it will really bear results. I don't want really to be long, but to wish you a very fruitful, successful debate. Let me thank you, all of you. Thank you very much.
Rise, youth of Ekurhuleni, rise. Rise, youth of Westrand, rise. The Honorable Deputy Chairperson already spoke it. We need to rise. Rise and make sure that we stand for our own rights. Let me take this opportunity to allow the IEC to come forward to make a presentation on the importance of voting. Over to you, Ma'am Lindy. Round of applause.
Good morning. Good morning. I would like to welcome the youth of the Gauteng province to Ekurhuleni. My name is Linda Mkupulidindi. I represent the IEC in the Ekurhuleni region. We as the Ekurhuleni team from the IEC would like to welcome you at this event today. You are all welcome. Feel at home. Ekurhuleni is a city. Yobuntu is a city. Yabantu abaya phambili. Siyanamukela Ekurhuleni. Futhi ke kahle nize eKaslam. IKaslam le litsakane IKaslam. Ulusha lwaseTsakane liyanamukela. Lamukela lonke ulusha lase Gauteng province. I'm here representing IEC. I think we all know what IEC is. IEC is an independent electoral commission. We are a Chapter 9 institution. We, like all other institutions that are Chapter 9 institutions, That would be your Public Protector, Human Rights Commission, IEC is there, Auditor General is there. So it shows that EIEC is important because it's a Chapter 9 institution. It was formed constitution of our country. The mandate of EIEC is to run all the elections in South Africa. When we run elections in South Africa, it means we are promoting democracy in our country. We are mandated to run elections every 5 years. We have 3 types of elections. We have our local government elections. Those elections happened in 2021, and the next coming local government elections will be happening in 2026. So we make sure that elections take place every 5 years. Next year in 2024, we will be having our national and provincial elections. So we know Uguti, we've had our local and provincial elections. But what is interesting in the 2024 elections, it is that for the first time in South Africa, we're going to be having our independent candidates. The independent candidates are now going to be able to contest both the national and the provincial elections in South Africa. Niyabona ukuthi democracy iyathutuka. So IEC sithuthukisa democracy. It's the first time that we are having that. Another mandate here IEC is to make sure that we run free and fair elections. When we speak of free and fair elections, we are talking about everybody having a right to vote. No one should intimidate anyone who wants to vote. Because remember, to vote is your right. No one must take away that right from you. This also makes sure that all political parties are able to campaign freely. No intimidation is allowed. We as the IEC, we monitor that there is no intimidation. No one must be intimidated. No political party must be intimidated. If a certain political party wants to campaign eTsakane, no one must intimidate that political party. That's what we mean when we say we make sure that our elections are free and fair. We make sure that our elections are not fraudulent. We produce elections that are free of fraud. We also make sure that we maintain a voter's role. We all know that in order for us to be able to vote, our names must appear on our voter's roll. It is the IEC that has been mandated with maintaining and compiling of a voter's roll. Hence, you saw Uguti 2 weekends ago, we had e-voter registration. That is a very important weekend for us as IEC. It should be a very important weekend for all of us as South Africans, because that is when we all register ourselves. That is when we all make sure that our names appear on the voters' roll. So when we have our voter registration weekends, we are making sure that every South African citizen gets the opportunity to come and make sure Uguti her name or his name appears on the voters' roll. So we maintain the voters' roll. On the 18th and 19th of November, we had registration weekend. But we can see Uguti, we still need to open registration weekend so that we can allow more of our youth to come and register themselves so that their names can appear on the voters' roll. We will be having a second registration weekend sometime in February. It has not been announced Uguti when. We are going to have a second voter registration weekend in February. But in the meantime, what IEC has done as well, you can even now register yourselves online. The online registration is still open. It will be opened until the president proclaims the date of the elections. As we all sit here, we don't know when the elections will be held. We all know that it's going to happen in 2024, but until the President of the Republic of South Africa proclaims the date of the elections, you are more than welcome to register yourselves online. You go to our website, which is www.elections.org.za, and then you go to voter registration and you register yourself. You can register yourself in the comfort of your own home, or else you can come to all the IEC offices. I know that a lot of you don't know where IEC offices are. IEC offices are in all the municipal buildings. In Ekurhuleni, you will find an IEC office in the Brakpan office, Nigel office, Springs office, Germiston office, Boksburg office, Katlehong office, Alberton. Those are our IEC offices in the region. So you are more than welcome to pop into our offices, register yourselves if you can't do it online. But I would be surprised if you guys would say you won't be able to do it online. We did online registration specifically to target our youth so that you can register yourselves anywhere you are. As we all know, Guti, we've moved into technology, so IEC is also moving with the times. And we have partnered with the Gauteng legislature because we see the importance of youth participation. As you are seated here, the IEC staff members will be distributing these pamphlets. These pamphlets are actually telling you about the importance of being an active citizen. It is called Active Citizenry, Youth and Participatory Democracy. It shows how important the youth of South Africa is to us as the IEC. Because if you do not participate in your democracy, you'll be left behind. You won't know what is happening in your communities. You won't know where to participate, where to get information. You really, really need to be responsible citizens. It shows that the youth of our country is the future of our democracy. It is really, really critical for all of us, especially the youth, to participate in the democracy. How do you do that? First of all, by voting, by participating in the elections, you are exercising your democratic right. By participating in the elections as the youth of South Africa, you are taking part in decision-making of our country. Please don't take this for granted. Do not take the democratic right of voting away from you. You have been given this right to vote so that you can make changes in our country. You can make changes in our democracy. Please make sure that you become active citizens. Citizens that are responsible, citizens that are participating in the matters of our democracy, in the matters of our country. We always sit and say there is no employment in South Africa. Yes, we agree. But what is it that you, as the young South Africans, did or are doing? You need to participate. There are platforms like these ones. You need to be out there. You need to know what is happening in your country. You need to be active in your country so that you make the change that is required. This is your democracy. Let us own it. It is our democracy. The youth of today is our future. Let us own democracy. Thank you.
We'll move when I say. Thank you very much for the IEC. We will start with our dialogue. Public participation as outlined by the Constitution, Chapter 2, Section 118. It says, a provincial legislature must involve the public in everything that we are doing. So when whatever that we are doing, the laws, oversight, cooperative governance, we ensure that we involve the public. So we can speak in any language. So feel free to speak in any language so that ukhulume ingqondo yakho nenhliziyo yakho. Let me allow for the second part to start. Let me allow Ms. Dineo Nkomo to take the stand and allow the panelists to come forward. The panelists to come forward on the couch. Yes, please. You are going to. I will move this. There is a roving mic. I request that the door will always close. There is a noise that is coming that side. We close that door.
Dumelang, le kae? Re teng. Ho tlo ba monate today, ne? Yeah. Utlwile very strong, yes. So this is real talk. Let's ka chaba, ne? Let's ka re ho na le legislature mo Gauteng parliament. Hey, o tlo tshaba bolela di issues tse o nyaka go bolelang ka tsona. You must talk, ne? So re tlo re bolela 99. Iseng ela ya jubjubu, ne? We're going to talk 99. And I'm hoping that today you open your minds. One of the best things you can ever do for yourself as a person is not to confine yourself to the ideas that you know. The only way to live your best life, I would suggest, is to open your minds to different ideas, So be willing to unlearn some of the things that you thought were it, that when you know it all. And allow your mind to relearn new things. And yeah, certain things you might need to relearn again. So I hope that you have a nice dialogue. How we're going to proceed, get to facilitate the session, I get to speech. I get to facilitate the session between the panelists and yourselves. So we'll give the panelists first an opportunity to touch on a variety of issues. So we're going to divide it into two. I get you were part of the preparations before today started. So let's start about the triple challenges that are faced in South Africa. They're called the triple threat. Do you know what those are? There are three. Three of the major problems in South Africa. One, unemployment. Two, GBV is part of the problems, but number two, inequalities and poverty. Those are the triple challenges that we face, and since the youth represents the majority of people in South Africa as well as Gauteng, we want to talk about how these affect you. And then the second part of that, we're going to talk about youth formations. I get about to compare 1976. But yeah, you're no longer that interested or in making a change in your life. You're not active participants. IC was we must be active participants in our democracy. So we're going to talk about youth formations. And we have seen a lot of youth formations, youth organizing themselves and raising socio-economic issues. So we're going to talk about that. And then after that first part, from the panelists, then we're going to bring it to you. And then the third thing that we're going to talk about is social entrepreneurship. Again, it's coming back to young people in terms of differences that you can make in your lives. And then the overall theme, the main question of the day, is to vote or not to vote, considering all those issues. All right. Panel, I want you, my name is Dineo Nkomo. I don't know if I introduced myself. I'm a researcher at the Gauteng Legislature. So if I can give to my panelists, they introduce themselves and just three-liner of why whether you qualify as a panelist. I get how you work with young people. Thank you.
Dumela. Kali na ke Tshepiso wa kwa Gaspitla. I'm from the Westrand Kokagiso. Yeah. Okay, let me first njekere. I can't say much. Laiponela bachakiba. The frustration is here. Youth unemployment. Sebetsa ka bacha every day. I know. I'm one of you. I know how it feels. Thank you.
Good day. Ke Rethabile Dijo, and I come from Dentlome. I'm not going to say much, but then I think I qualify to be part of this panel because I'm a youth member just like every one of us in this room, and most of the issues that affect us, Radishera Kaufela. Thank you.
Sanborani, Dimalang, Huyamore, Mulalo, Pambili Mutamusha Pambili, Pambili Mutamusha Pambili. Thank you. Okay, so Ikamalam, my name is Netemba Chigichela. I'm from Ward 41, around the belt. I've been part of the Youth Sector Parliament in 2022. We're still running even now. Thank you to the legislature. I'm currently working at Greater El Dorado Park Youth Innovation Hub. It's a hub for young people where we train them on skills. Nyabong.
Sambonani, Nijani. Mikamala Mutlagani po ispongo skasindani. Alright, sengiyabonakala. Oh, la ngahlala phansi boss, ne? Oh, ngifuna ukumbona. Alright, my name is Unhlakanipho Sindane, Dladla. I'm based in Davidson. I'm basically a youth activist and a youth developer. My track record when it comes to working with young people, we had an organization known as this Gala Fest. We basically went Ekurhuleni and did various motivational talks, did our one-on-one sessions, helped young people apply for bursaries. Bursary Varsity, I was also part of young people that helped young people apply when it comes to izinto zesikolo, bursaries. During my tenure, we were able to give young people over 10 bursaries. Banye bafunda baqeda through the work of what you call our organization in helping young people get access to quality education and not pay a damn cent simply because they were helped by what you call a bursary. Bursary number 2, I'm a young person, I'm involved in businesses. Currently, I've got 3 businesses that I am running, and I've got a digital organization that consists of 60,000 followers on Facebook. I've got a YouTube channel, plus I've got 20,000 followers on Instagram. So my track record in terms of working for young people speaks for itself. And yeah, Nyabonga, I hope to have a robust and quite interactive day nani namhlanje. Nyabonga.
Wow. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Osborne Makula. And why do I deserve to be in this panel today? It's because of the experience that I have in running with socio-economic factors that have got to do with young people. I'm a former director of policy and research for Abacha Force of Change. I am the former ICT facilitator and coordinator in e-government in Ekurhuleni. I am also I'm a law graduate. I am currently doing public administration and accounting. I also did ICT specializing in 5G. So I think that's the reason why I deserve to be here.
Osborne wa ropa man. Dilo tse ntšhibyana. And Nhlakanipho yano, followers are currency, ne? I have so many followers on, the social currency. All right, let's settle down. Okay. So let's start off with the triple threat. Inequalities, unemployment, and poverty. It's often said that the youth are the ticking time bomb. I don't know if you agree with that now. Ticking time bomb, if you think about it. I'm sure you've heard of that phrase, ne? So I want you to tell us, panel, from your perspective, I get really experience with working with young people. There's a bit of noise. Get all of a chance. I want to hear from your perspective. What is your experiences with young people? Tsepiso, you also mentioned that you know those issues. It's a triple threat, and how are young people affected? Are they the ticking time bomb, or can they be seen as a dividend, or they're seen as something that can be made or molded into something positive in society? That's what I'm trying to say. Tsepiso?
All right, thank you, Chair. All right, Nafol Saitelaka, I disagree that we are a ticking bomb. Because of, as Relebacha, Kerona future ya country, Kerona Transfer direct the country, where Rebata Hotwa more guy. How do we do that? Power e corona. Let us make sure, as young people, we participate. We are everywhere. Information, be ignorant. Whether it's a community meeting, you go there. How to choose our duty or let's go out there, get that information. And then one thing for sure, is as young people, is when we wake up and support each other. work together, push every day, each and every hour. To see another young person, asokola marole mocha, onale idea gore mare, no, there is a plan. While some meet, haraka bitana re push nje as young people, re tlo nna le direction. Country ena, I say country without us as young people. It will be up to us as Bacha, for South Africa, as the next year, the elections say. It's up to us for change this thing here. This thing can be fixed. Why can this thing? I get it's a pandemic. Yes, I agree. But it can be changed. If only Baka Farona, Bacha, attention. The government has attention as young people. The government ya rona e shebeletse bone le bana ba bone. Chelete e ya ko cheleteng, the poorer get poor. So if only re ka etsa hore government ya rona e re mamele, then we'll have direction. Another thing, not everyone re tlo ya mosebetsing or what. If we can invest more into business, I think maybe re ka nna le direction. Because of ha re le mo business e, re tshwere ba tlo re reetsa. Ke rona di economy ka nako eo. For example, how Sheba around, let me say example, the Indians, they are doing one thing, it's business. And they are selling one thing, next door, next door, next door, next door. We can do that. If bakona go etsa ba benefit, that means we can. So, are stopping gore hanga se khone or ha ke tsike kale kae. Gore o kale kae, you need information as young people. You need information as young people. As for example, in my ward, normally I read the programs for youth. I'm a youth rep, by the way. Ya fitla Gauteng legislature. Got so many programs. The problem in Ernaleone ke gore most of the time go attend bagolo ko di programmeng tsa batjha. So how will you get that information udutsi kwa lona? How will you get that information udutsi le dichomi? Mar no why by bona ntse gore e thata. They are forward. Le lona ra le bona, you are here. So guys, this thing is possible, it can be changed. It's all depend on us. Let's make sure gore vote ya rona ya re buela. And that vote, it will be one of the powerful things next year because of it will be part of the decision making. Whatever decision those policies had to change you or to implement you, you'll be proud or I'm part of that. This is me. Thank you.
Yeah. Again, I ask the question. Triple threat, poverty, inequalities, unemployment. How does it affect young people as you are with them continuously in your projects?
All right. Because you've asked me so nicely. You know, it is so sad. But I think all of us must and you think about your situation and you look at your age and you compare with your metric class, the reality hits in. I've never been part of it, but I'd like to ask a question. Have you ever attended a seminar of this nature whereby there is white people talking about unemployment and inequality and poverty? So, it is such a sad reality for us as young people. You know, Honorable Panyaza Lisufi, who keep 6,000 jobs, 6,000, 8,000, ne? And we are competing with so many from grade 12 to grade, to your matrix, to your degrees. It's computer cleaner. The sadness of the reality of the unemployment, inequality, and poverty. I've been fortunate because I Greater El Dorado Park, Emakhaladin. You know, unemployment there, they have resulted, your grade 7, your grade 6, your grade 8. what they do, they Uber to come and rob the Ubers. Umsebenzi wabo, because of the unemployment, the inequality, and the poverty. Mawubiza abantu, when you call people to come and gather, kumele sibabize ngokudla, because we know ukuthi they are hungry, it's poverty. Now when people come here, umuntu uthi ngicela siphangise because breakfast izophela. You know? Mase kuhamba isikhathi after 2 hours, you're like, lunch ifika nini? The whole content, asikho da. You know, asikho da. Because truth of the matter is, how do I really go and engage with people in Lambili? Because ngizobuyela endlini, ngizibuze nokuthi konje basiqasha nini lapha kwaLisufi because si applyile, like man si applyile. Probably all of them. Nala ungaqualify khona CEO you apply. Was, you know what? It's crazy. So the effect of unemployment, inequality, the poverty, like my brother said, laba banemali, they become richer. And those who are poor, they become poorer. But ngifuna ukunishare with this thing, ukuthi, I think we all remember back at primary school, mabasibuza ukuthi what is government? We would say government is the people, by the people, for the people. So ngifuna ukunishare with that mentality, ukuthi nginibuyisele emuva ukuthi, you guys are the government. You understand? If I understand ukuthi kunzima ukubhekana nenesi and tell her, listen, I don't like your attitude. But we must start changing that mentality yokusaba. Umuntu umtshele live ukuthi, listen, I don't like your mentality, I don't like your attitude. Angithandi indlela okuphatha ngayo as a public servant. You understand? Masiletha ama-petitions bangasirespond. It is our right to go there and request a response because we are the government. Umuntu masingamfuni, we just have to stand up and say, we don't want this person because we are the government. Ngiyabonga, let me not take it further.
Any of you who'd like to take it as well? Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, there's no need to so. When we speak about the triple threat, poverty, unemployment, inequality, I feel it's important that we need to be realistic about life, you know. Number one, most of us, John Basila, we do not come from privileged families, right? And therefore we are born, and in us being born, we are born with the odds stacked against us. And therefore, knowing that we inherit basically other people, when they are born within this particular life, they've got what we call ama estate or ama trust, normal inheritance waiting for them, that they will inherit from their parents. Tina, what do we inherit? We don't inherit anything. So, in knowing that particular reality, and knowing the challenges that plague our government in terms of being able to deliver the basic needs as sinners, the odds are stacked against us. And in all honesty, no one is coming to help us. And if we know that particular thing and don't hold on to what we call false hope, Kona isisho esiti, false hope is better than no hope. But false hope does not change being false. It gives you an illusion that things are going to be better. My question to you, Guti, have things been better in the past 5 years? Have things been better in the past 15 years? Have things been better in the past 10 years? The only time things will be better is if we become better. Are we together? Uchim Ron says, we have to invest more in ourselves, more than we invest in wabanya bantu. We have to invest in our talents. We have to invest in our gifts. We have to invest in our education so that we become, Uchim Ron speaks about the marketplace. You know, M7 abakashi on the basis yoguti upete qualification. No. Bakasha on the basis of the value that you add towards that particular company. Your salary is determined by the value that your skill set brings to the company and to the economy as a whole. Are we together? So I'm saying, if we're going to wait for the government to solve our problems, we're going to wait forever. If we're going to wait for Jesus Christ to solve our problems, so I'm simply saying, let's invest in ourselves and ensure you go to whatever positions that we want, whatever opportunities that we want. We are not just prepared. We do not only just deliver the bare minimum, but we are able to deliver beyond the bare minimum we become a symbol of excellence, and we don't go chasing for opportunities, but opportunities come running to us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just for a second, I think I'll be speaking on behalf of every young person that is in this room to say that young people, we have now resigned to a life of nothingness. We have died to a state of hopelessness in such a way that, the current status quo, and I'll be speaking on behalf of everyone, the only thing that keeps us sane and the only thing that makes us survive is alcohol and nothing else as young people, and that is a true fact. But just to contravene a bit from my panelist colleagues, I think also the time has came as us as young people to stop being the runners of complaining. We've been drivers of complaining a lot. To say, government is not doing this for us. This one is not doing this for us. This one is not doing this for us. We applied for Nasi Spani. How many of us in this room were able to get appointment letters? Not even 1% of young people that are sitting in this room were able to get that. So I think it's high time that we, as young people, get to be a point to realize that we are actually on our own, and we need to come together as young people, organize ourselves, and start to do things independently, and stop relying on other people to do things for us as young people. Let us take ourselves out of poverty. Let us take ourselves out of unemployment. Let us take ourselves out of the frustrations that we have as young people. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, no, interesting views from our panelists. Ne? Some argue that, and I'm reminded by some of the statements that some of you are making, that you can take yourself out of poverty, personal investment. That's very important. I mean, I've done the same as well in whatever situation I'm in to make sure that I become the best version that I want to see myself. Ne? But there are also people who say poverty, inequality, and unemployment is structured. That means those people were able to take themselves out of poverty. It's a few that drop in the ocean. But some try so hard and still can't come out of it. How do we resolve this thing, structural issues pertaining to unemployment and the rest? Okay, they want me to ask the question again. Unemployment, inequalities, and poverty are structured. That's what other people say. So being able to bring yourself out of it, it's only a drop in the ocean. It's only a few people who are able to do that. And it doesn't mean that if someone is still poor or still unemployed after 10 years, doesn't mean that we're not doing anything. Okay, so how do we resolve that then? But I see you want to say something? Yeah.
Good day again. The thing of, poverty being structural and inequality as well, it is to a certain degree, and I feel like we need to give more support to young people from grassroots level, for instance, in schools. For example, I think most of us knew there was a subject called life orientation in school if you went to school during the same era. And one thing about that subject is it had important information or life skills that could help us or empower us in building our futures. But often that subject was taken for granted. Teachers didn't even care much about it to, make it a point that the content that is there is properly delivered to learners. For instance, it had time management. It taught about different streams or what you can do to follow your career and all that. But none of that was ever taught to us in a sense, this is important, pay attention to this, this might help you in future. So I feel like we need to stress more at ground level or in school level, the important things that can help us move on in future. Like how to build our confidence as people so that you can believe in yourself. If there's something I want to do, I can actually do it, irregardless of my circumstances. Once we start with that, we can then start, once we believe in ourselves enough to say, okay, I can do this, then you can start thinking about how do I go about this? Now, the how do I go about this is what we need to learn as people and what we need to teach each other. Gore, if I was able to do 1, 2, 3, let me show my friend who I see is struggling. Gore, show me, I managed to do 1, 2, 3 because I maybe applied myself or I found more information in these such places. And when we have information, we shouldn't be stingy to share it with our peers. Whether they decide to use it or not, that's not up to you. But at least for the fact that you shared and you were like, this helped me out, maybe it can help you, that will make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Rotabile. Nhlakanipho.
When we speak about structural issues, we speak about basically, when we speak about structural issues, it's basically the system. To say the system is positioned in such a way that it discriminates against the majority and actually benefits the minority. When we speak about the what you call the minority, we're not speaking exclusively about white people and Indian people that are privileged or have economic power, but we're speaking about black politically connected people. We're speaking about black people that are rich as well. So in other words, it's not a matter of discrimination on the basis of skin color, but it is discrimination that's based on class. Are we together? When we speak about class, it's kuluma ngokuthi, working class, middle class, educated, and stuff like that. So what I would say, how do we do that? We cannot speak as if there are no opportunities that are made available to us. Number one, if you know you're going to pass matric, go back to school. Go back to school. The government has made what you call various forms of rewrite programs, matric rewrite programs available to us. There are various tutorial companies, there are various government institutions that assist us when it comes to bettering and improving ourselves, what? Educational. Number two, study the trends within the economy in terms of the jobs that are available, the jobs that are in demand, and ensure you've got qualifications that are in line, nama demands of the economy. Remember when I spoke at Kalen, I said, add value to yourself. Are we together? So if you've got a rare skill, a skill that's in demand, it means you are competing with few people for that particular job. What does that do to your chances of employment? It increases it. Are we together? Bese number two, corner ama bursaries. Bese corner NFSAS. In NFSAS, it is a government, if I'm not mistaken, it's now a bursary. Ne? Yeah, it's a bursary, it's no more loan. Ne? Yeah, it's a bursary. Don't go to university and be average. Ungaya ku doctor, mo phethwe enhloko ngazi ukuthi akunikeza iPanado noma kuphi iGrampa. You won't do that. So you need to be the best at what you do. That again goes to making yourself a rare commodity. So that people come to you. Bafune ini imsebenzi. I'm not speaking lento lena simply because it sounds nice. Mina ningibona manje ngake ngashiswa ilanga ngipetrol attendant. Lingishisi la. But one thing that I did, I was always an avid reader. I was passionate about reading. And in being passionate about reading, it happened one Sunday. We were speaking about political issues, religion, philosophy. Do you know what? Because of the knowledge that I possessed, because of the intelligence that she saw in me, Umama invested in me and sponsored my varsity education for 2 years. Matric results. What did she see? She saw value. She saw yokuthi if she invests in me, imali yakhe angeke iwele kuphi? Down the drain. So the question ekumele sizibuze yona namhlanje, if you are sitting number Minister of Education, sitting with various billionaires, why should they invest in you? In investing in you, how will their investment become a good economic return? You know? So I'm saying, let's invest in ourselves. Let's be so skilled, so informed, so talented, so gifted, so capacitated that opportunities come to us as opposed to us going for those opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I actually want to take this question to the next second part of the question before we go to Q&A with our young people. And you can also make comments or inputs. It doesn't have to be a question. You mentioned something, Nhlakanipho. You said we are the youth majority. Some scholars or practitioners, they were starting to say, you know, in terms of the globe, if people in the globe can realize that majority of people are black, brown, so-called yellow or Asian people, will realize that you are actually the global majority. You wouldn't call yourself the third world country, but understanding that there's power in numbers. So I wanted to take it there now about youth formations. I get you are invited to come here today. You are in an invited space. I get Dineo Lisoli Utla with the rules. Okay, it's question time, it's answer time. But they are invented spaces. Spaces that are invented by young people, by yourselves, outside of these structural places like the legislature. Lanswarane. There are so many things that young people are doing outside of the formal systems. That's what I'm trying to say. So let's bring it there and go to that second part about youth formations. What we are seeing is happening now. If you want to still respond to the issue, you can. Yeah, the
No,
first
sure,
one.
definitely I'll respond to it. You know, youth formations are there. A whole lot of youth formations are there. On a daily basis, young people come with ideas, they start organizations. But the problem is one, we don't have a sustainability plan. And simply because the reason why we don't have a sustainability plan, guys, it's boring to meet every day and just discuss one thing without having solutions to it. We get tired out of that because the people that we expect them to provide solutions to us are not coming to the party. You know, we've got so many formations that have done applications, but they've not been taken to any consideration. Social development is not even playing its part that is supposed to be playing in making sure that these development organizations that have been started by young people are finding expression. But also, I just want to quickly rebut, you know, on my panelist colleague to say, yes, education is important, but what type of education is important? We went to school, we stayed in school for 12 years, but we still remain irrelevant. In fact, yes, we can go and get those qualifications. We can go get those qualifications, we can go and rewrite our metrics, but the only thing it does to us, it teaches us how to become industrial workers. Our parents are working, they're earning a salary, but they're frustrated. Abana malok gibela, but they're working. They can't even pay for bond in their cars, but they're working. So what education and context do we really want to get into? Thank you very much.
I know. I hope. No, it's hot. It's hot. Yeah, no. Tepiso wants to say something.
All right, thank you. This thing is very difficult. Now I think from my point of view, yes, we can go to school and learn everything we pass and come to stay in Kasi. There's nothing we do.
Order.
So let me make a typical example about our educational system that is failing us as young people in South Africa. In South Africa, we have mines. Mare, kasetswana bare le ojwa le sa le metsi. There is no subject ya mining ko skolong. Mare we have mines. Mare in Germany, there's no mines there. Mare they are teach. They've been taught about mining and everything. So it tells us that the minority will always lead us. And then rona tshwantse re be basebetsi, re be di laborers in our own country, which is not good. Our educational system is delaying us. You graduate from high school, you go to a TVET college, and you do NCV again. I'm a product of NCV again. It's another delay. I was doing fit and training engineering. here in Katora's campus, by the way, in Katlehong. I did English in high school, I did English in college. I did maths again. Okay, maths is okay. LO. I did LO in college. They are delaying us. And then you go to a workshop, you do the practicals of fit and training. Mariette, I have to still apply for learnership and apprentice, but I already done the practicals. Why not exposed to the industries, in the companies, go straight and work? Why do they provide after you finish your NCV levels with practicals? They don't offer you trade. You be tested after your 30 years because of it 3 years. Why do they test us? We have to wait another 3 years. Time is money, guys. We are delayed as young black people. For example, white people, after they finish matric, they go to work in their whatever father's companies. After they finish, they go to university just to get the certificate after they open their own companies because of they have money. What about us? The education system, for me, is the one that needs to be changed before everything. Once the system is changed, everything will change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think let's maintain that momentum. Ke a bona le ready byanong, ne? All right. How should we do this? I'll take hands this side, this side, ne? Ke bone ka lefty, o setsa startile o emisa letsogo, and then I'll give you a number, and then you will line up. I think it's better, ne? Line up on the side, on my left, and then re tla fa chance ba fetse, and then we'll come to the right side. So let me note hands. Number 1. Okay. Okay. Hands up, please. Okay. Keep them up. Okay. Number 1, ne? Yeah. So you come this side, number 1, number 2, number 3, the 4th hand, number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Kitsa 80 ke mang? Help me, please. All right. Immediately lemelle so that 80, ne? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, good. A white. Yes. 8. Let's all I think I saw 2 more hands. And then somebody at the back. Yeah. When our buffet, ne? And then the line up on the left. Batla lefa roving mic. Please, Oscar speech like 3 minutes in yana, 2 minutes in yana. And then we'll interact. It can be questions or it can be input. You can go ahead.
Oh, Sanbonani. Am I audible? Ngiyazwakala. Okay. First, ngizoqale ngisho.
Abuti. Maswabatu. How? Let me make it worse for you. Let me make it worse for you. We are live on YouTube and Facebook. So you'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Okay.
Chillax.
Yeah, ngiyayisabi camera. So, mina ngizokhala ngezinto ezithu, but isivoteni ne, then kuzoba noshintsho. Some of us, we have strong background in mathematics and stats, but namanje simile kazi, and yazi kubuhlungu kanjani bathi hambe uyenza i-masters. Maqeda okay. Umuntu engizocompete naye mina ngikhuluma on my personal experience. Umuntu engicompete naye ku-interview is either une-masters or une-PhD. Mina ne-honors. Shuthi kumele ngibuyele futhi and
stand still. Yeah.
Oh, angisho maye nginamahloni ngoba.
Okay. Sorry, continue. Sorry, continue.
So my point is this, ukuthi noma sizithole lezi zinto abazifunayo, still ikuyala. kuba buhlungu and umama uyabona ukuthi umntanami yes usikhuthalele isikolo but manje kumele ufake something endlini camera ane so into mina engikhalelayo esayidini lami ukuthi like they say we must go, yes we do your degrees, your honors, we have ama research manje bengicabanga go apply for a masters but umama uyakhala ukuthi mfethu isikhathi siyahamba ubamdala and manje uyangithola iba buhlungu and then bathi kusasa kumele ngiyovote mina angifuni ukuvota personal ngoba ukuvota angeke ungilethele isinto endlini.
No, we'll come to that. Thank you.
Sanibona. Igama nguXolani, ngibuya la eKatlehong AK1. Bengithanda mina ukuthi basokhuluma ngama problems, sizama ukuthi size nani na solutions walawo ama problems esiwayenzayo. Mina I think I challenge esibhekana nayo njengabodaki most of the time ubhuto waye highlighta kancane lapha sonke sikanje sahamba seyikolweni basifike ekolweni into abasifundisa yona ukufundela umunye umuntu so sidinga ama program abazositshela ukuthi okay iNPO uregister kanjani, private company uregister kanjani, cooperative uregister kanjani, so lezo zinto zisebenzisana kanjani no government lezo zinto lezo and okunye futhi organization oyiranayo lokishini uyayinceda i-community kahle. Organization ayinamali khona i-building elokishini lapha yana engakhona ukulisebenzisa nafika kule building lelo alisebenziswa umuntu akekho umuntu oloccupyile banithumele real estate. I-real estate izonifuna 11,000 ukuthi inikeze i-lease ya 5 years, so i-organization ungasebenzi uzoyenza njani ukuthi uthole leyo 5,000 or 7,000 or 10,000. Enye into uMamlinda ukhulume ngendaba ze-IEC mama indaba ze-IEC I think nasinika i-democracy niphinde niyithathe futhi like kanjani le democracy leyo angeke unikeza abantu i-platform yokuthi uzobanikeza ama-independent candidates. Umuntu angaba yi-councillor independent angaya eParliament as independent candidate. EParliament hlala abantu abayi-73, so loyo muntu loyo as independent candidate noma angawina ama-seats abantu abayi-50 but still usazuza I1, so iyenza kanjani sense uzokhuluma kanjani namanye ama-political party ama-political members uyi-1
time
okay. Kenyabo.
Dumela. Kiakwala ne. Okay, the name is Tato and Lenna, I'm part of Youth of Truth. Organization organization. So the problem it's lack of information. Ne? Lack of information how there are people who have information, such as, for example, our councillors and whatsoever, but they are not bringing the information to us. They are giving it to their own people, their own loved people. You understand? And then there are some business seminars, a little workshop, whereby they held them the places such as Sentin, such as Sky, where else we don't have money to go there and have that experience or experience that information. You understand? So that's the only problem that we have in our community, because if we find information, that means we can know where do I go after this. You invite the councillor to come to your meeting whenever you are hosting a meeting. He's not coming because you are not the part of political party. It's not about political party, it's about being the community, guys. So that's the thing.
Thank you.
Sanibonani. Ngizoba short nje nami. Almost it's the same as the previous speakers. Youth are not lazy. Just look at the turnout today. We are not lazy. The thing is, the administrative that we have doesn't follow the proper procedures to issue those resources that they have to issue to people. For an easy example, I am a law student. I have excelled in my high school grades. I can teach, but I cannot find a facility to teach, number one. And in my local facility, there are many halls, but when you get there, they will tell you about processes and processes and processes. So to come here and say the government, whatsoever, the youth, we are not lazy. We think we have went to school, we are educated. Even though our English is not that good, English is not a measure of intelligence. We have the resources, right? We have the resources. And as much as we can come here and raise our voices and so forth, the implementation has not been in our favor for over 24 years now, right? We have a systematic issue with our administrative. School, we all need school. All those subjects are good. I'm here because I know LO, life skills, is important, right? I'm here because I've studied history. I know what happened previously. I know how we went and get the democracy that we have today, right? Now I want to implement and go forward with the information that I have. Where is the information and the facility? Now it's the job of the, I will say the politician. I like to call them administrators. It's their job to make sure that when I go there and apply, there is a process and the process is favorable. We don't need equality, we need equity. Equality won't work for us. Thank you.
Sanbonani Kama Makosina, I'm running from Makosina Trust Foundation. The problem Ibala, one, remember the old government, or 89, yakona ukuseva, ya-establisha istallion, yakona ukwenza isosol, or 89, Iran in the world is about number 2 ngekhonumi. But now, sile junkies, siphila ngeyikwelede every day. Because of what, akekho khona uku-establish. They have a problem ye-electricity. But lapho sowethu bajinkela kiyo bawela phansi. Okusho ukuthi abantu bebazi igezi abasekho. So manje that is the challenge ukuthi kuthathwa abantu abasha bayotrainiswa uku-establish i-electricity. Hayi kuyosebenza, kuyofaka ama-light ngegezi. Have to establish their own electricity. Siyeke kuyophaphatha eChina. Leyo nto iyayilimaza i-country. That's why economic kuneyitoro manje azisebenzi. Zihleli lapha bavandalize phezulu. So the economy of the country is later down. Ngibuyela ku IEC. Bakuthi for ukuzopresenta ukuthi siyovota. But the problem issue i1. Sesene problem mawubuza ukuthi yini what? Khona abanye abangazi even they what? Bazokutshela ngabo demarcation. So that's the only problem esiba nayo. Kudala bekuba nospondo i1. Hayi le 1000. And enye into those officials bafana nama deployee, abafana nama employer. Mawufika lapha kazi next. Mawuthi uyambuza amaphepha wekho. I-network ilahlekile bese uyazibuza ukuthi uvuke ekseni wathi uyapi. Bakutshele ngebudget. Boyenzelani lento kanti awuna budget. So ba confuse abantu. That's why abantu abasha bangasathathi icaceba ngoba bayabona ukuthi ayikho lento. Into ifuna kungakayitholi ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Papa.
Le inja ngizela because hayi ukuthi ngiyacomplain, hayi ukuthi ngieda something it's just that bakhulume ngento ezi3. It is unemployment, inequality, poverty. Bayazi ukuthi yini inkinga zethu ecommunity. Ayikho into abangayazi. Sihleli la dala bazi since 24 years back bazi ukuthi inkinga zethu ilezi. They know ukuthi yini ekhoza ini a high rate of ini unemployment rate. Manje bayakhala ukuthi Sislinda said ukuthi bazovula another slot for voting. Do you know why? It's because bayabona ukuthi ku statistics youth I participate. It's not good as participate. There is a high rate of unemployment. Do you know why? A parliament ayikho youth. It's not ukuthi. Ayikho youth a parliament. Ikhona youth. But now the door for ukuthi ibonakala ikhona is nemibono yayo. It's not there. You understand? I love the system ebakhuluma ngayo which bawashila my points. I so support the point yakho kakhulu about skills. Satinga ma skills. ufika e-crash, cabanga bheka esikolweni uqeda isikhathi sengiyaqeda. Esikolweni bheka ufika unangaki e-crash. Uthi yonke ube na 18 kuphi e-secondary yaphuma. Ufika uhambe e-tertiary maqeda uthola i-degree yakho. Bathe ndoda amusilungisela igesi awazi. Hawu ndoda, unangaki 27. Akwazi kulungisa like ah, come on. Okay, what are the solutions? The solutions siyawazi is that we need to create our own organizations. Akhona, guess what? Akhona already. Ayarana. Like many of my organization are already a creative skill. You understand? So mina point yam just to give is that the question yam it's kubo ukuthi bona are they ready for us now? Because Tina we are ready, team. The question is, are you ready for us? Because Tina we are ready. We can if you take you for a tour. Sikubonise ukuthi bheka into esizenzayo.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sanibonani. Igama lami nguMusa, former founder Musa Production Pty Ltd. Ngibuya eDavidson. I'm surprised to find umuntu wase Davidson akule sayidulu. Ungathi personal my brother. Ngiyazikhulumela ke mina, ngiphiwe vele. Ngiqonda ukuthini? Ngiqonda ukuthi mina ngisebenza nge-youth each and every day. At the state engimeke usobhuti wami ngina 7 years mina ngiku-business angaze ngifandwe. Ngibuya epointini lakho elithi singayifuna imisebenzi yes, ne? But what's the use yokufuna umsebenzi ngiku-business ngingakaze ngifandwe? At the stage engimeke uso ngine partner yami lapha is manufacturing iphepha. Siyalithenga, silithengise. Siku state sokuthi we want to buy a machine. That machine it's 4.6 million. So when a yippee advice ongangipha yona lapho. We understand? We want to buy that machine. That machine ukuyithenga kwethu kusho ukuthi sizo employer youth ukumanufacture. Sizo developer skills ku-youth sokwenza iphepha. Then si employ youth ukuyifundisa ngama sales. Si employ youth ukuyifundisa how to promote and advertise my brother. Mawungithume university uyangibulala. Ezinye nizikhulumile ngizovumelana nazo, ezinye ngizoziphikisa. Uthe usisi abantwana babelungu ngeke ubathole bahleli kanje. Yes, is right. You know why? Abantwana babelungu na ungathatha umatric wethu, uthathe umntwana ofunda grade 7 esikoleni sabelungu, bakhulumila ngwe engafani. Umntwana omlungu akafundiswa icembe, into angazi ukuthi uyoyenzani, bathi akayilebule. Umntwana omlungu ufundiswa skills, engineering uyenza practical. You understand my brother? I'm trying ngithe kungangithatha personal.
No dialogue. It's yeah, risk personalized.
Ngizama ukuthi kuwe my brother. Into ekumele nis-encourage ngayo is to build ama-art centers emalokishini. Ungathi ngiye university uyangibulala. Letha i-art center elokishini. I-art center ezoba ne-development skill. I-art center ezofundisa lo muntu ukuthi uqala kanjani ukuya ku-business. We are there for that. Sesikhona already. Although ama-funding singawatholi.
Thank you.
Siya partner.
Time. Yeah, just to emphasize, please, ne, it's personal, ne? Yeah, please, it's our panelists that are invited. But I feel like threatened or anything, but thank you so much. Yeah. Pardon? It's live on YouTube. Yeah, we did mention. Yeah, thanks.
Amandla. Niyaphila kodwa. Ngiyajabula ukubona youth nabantu abadala beza bazonisupport. Nami sengikhulile. Igama lami ngoCharles. So I'm also a DJ. So kune company engicede kuyiregister. So my station name was Saint Valentine. So ngicela ukuzalana with the system esiphila kuyo. Ane ngicela ukubuza. Way back from former president Baba Nelson Mandela. Did they change the system or they fight the system ababaphila kuyo? So nathi see youth manje, we need to fight the system or we need to change the system. Because manje inte engibhekile le phezulu bamoshile and they know njengoba umfethu ashilo la athi parliament kunabantu abadala not youth. So manje niyabona ukuthi kuyamoshela. South Africa is very talented. Isikolo lapha esikolweni we need ama skills. And I kumbula if way back before you OBE business technical drawing. Umuntu mbona enze AK ngeplango ayenze something. We've got ama skills. We've got everything but aniskhazi. Beka in the days back baba wayenza labantwana bayenza lama bicycle laba bancane wabona ukuthi ama bicycle bawayenzana. They are very talented, but ubano ozayo ozobaxhasa labantwana labaya. In South Africa manje, I remember I was an athlete. Ngizilela itsakane computer nethema sakuma sakane games. Because beslangana nabantwana bekarate, slangana nabanye bani laphayana. Mina I was an athlete. Bengazi ukuthi 100 meter, 200 meter. Khona le amatches bawubhala 200 meter. Ilo bebhala ukuthi Ekurhuleni. Bebhala Gauteng Home of Champions. It's because of bese winner. So ngifuna ukubuya la manje ukuthi the system mele silwe or mele sichange.
Thank
you. You understand? As a say youth. So ngicela ukubuya kuba kuma businesses siyasokola.
Yeah. Elders will be given half the time, ne? Than the youth. Yeah. Thank you.
Sanibonani. Ninjani. Mina igama ngomonwabisi. Okay, the first question enginayo is why is it that every time we vote, kumele kubizwe youth as if they care about us? Yeah, youth, why vote? Yeah, youth, why this? After vote when you're caught, as if we won in this country. That's number one. And then my second thing is, putting up. For one, I am the owner of Either Cafe. Ne? I'm also the owner of K&K Electricians, right? Either Cafe, it failed like at some point, so I had to move it, Limpopo, right? I've applied for a funding like nobody's business since 2016. Bapis, till today. I've never even received it because at least you are trying I'm outside 5, you know. I might not employ millions, but by 5, it's better than something. So now, the main question is, as a youth, even if we do have ideas, who do we take them to and what are the assurances which they're going to take them to head and then implement them? Because clearly, there's no one that is my age in parliament and we're the one that have ideas. Who don't give a rat's ass about us. I'm sorry to say that.
No, thank you so much. Yeah, no. You can go ahead.
I can, okay. Salmona, Ikamala Molera to Zetwaba from Ward 63 Infrastructure Services. I will start by saying, Uguti, I don't want to be rude, but in Tanduguti, government, it's about time that government know us physically, not by stats. Government must know us physically. Ashuguti Tumsan, Bagvagashele, Bangen Indlin, but Tumsan, since what it is called Auga Savings, I have a bank account. You no survive Aganjani, Tumsan. In that way, I think, indlela yokuthi government is knowing abantu bakhe physically, not by stats, ukuthi 40% of youth is not working, 40% kanjalo kanjalo. And number two, it's so sad to see our youth enter youth broke, no job. Then you exit youth again, still no job, no proper business. That means when you are a potential criminal, you are going to be a criminal. It's like not to government to make honey, no good ties, Zomtola Magate to exit, uzo in the crime, then Sizombam. Then my point is, it's about time government must go to people, abazi physically, not by stats. Thank you.
looking at the time, ne? They said by 2 p.m. we must at least be wrapping up, ne? So I want to take it this way. I think looking at where the discussions are also going, ne? Kana this side, ba fella mole. Left-hand side, ba fella mole. Or Lena left from the right-hand side as well. Okay. I'm thinking let's also include, because we can't avoid it. I was hoping that we do it in a separate session after this question, Q&A. So I think let's include as well the issue here whether we should vote or not. I get in South Africa, though it is your constitutional right, you're not forced to do it in South Africa. Ne? I see that you're already starting to talk about it. This question here, to vote or not to vote, it actually reminded me of Shakespeare, to be or not to be. That's the question. But when I looked at what they mean, now I thought it's about your character, whether you want to be this type of person or that person. But I actually found out that it actually means to live or to die. That's the question. And when it comes to politics and voting and not voting, whether you choose either, but when it comes to politics and democracy, leaders determine your quality of life in terms of the laws that they make and whether they implement things, and if they're not implemented, whether there's punishment or not, it has an impact also on how you will die. Ne? So whatever you want to input or ask, please also look in your area to vote or not to vote. Ne? All right, you can go ahead, and then we'll come back to the panel again.
Okay, Sanbanan, igama lami uBongiphakathi from Ward 95 AM Mabulton. Angeke ngibe mude kakhulu. Into engizoyikhuluma la ngizo-eda ngibazwile abafowethu nodadewethu bakhulumile ama-points and ayiqiniso ayi-1. Sicela ukuthi kulo nyaka uma siza la sizokugcina nama-solutions. Like sizokugcina for ama-complaint. Sicela uma sibuya nisinikeza ama-solution and nisiphe i-report yokuthi kule khalazo zenu ebenizisho. Nake esikwenzile bangaka abasebenzile sona so abantu abasha. Ngiyezwa kuyakhuluma unemployment iphuwa. Ilo ipoverty. Lento leyo kade sikhuluma ngayo akuchinji. Uma kungatshintsha i-system iyona ecorrupt kahle kahle. Asikho lazy, siyahamba simakethe. Already moyo makethe kunomuntu esebamthathile. Usakhiphela ipost mawazi ukuthi inja ilambile. And lento leyo esikhosa depression uyahamba uyo-apply uyafika uyafaka imali i-CV yakho first of all. And njalo mase kusondela ama-election nihlezi niza nisiphi izinto nikhulume kamnandi kube mnandi nisithembise imisebenzi engaka. Malini kwenza i-CV limalini i-corruption nayo ngiyayuza i-poverty ngiyayibala ngiyezwa unemployment i-unemployment ikhoswa yi-poverty injalo unemployment ikhoswa yini yi-poverty and futhi i-poverty yenziwa yini yi-corruption ngoba from le abantu abaphambili ibona aba-corrupt hayi ukuthi thina siyavilapha asivilaphi nisibona sizilahlela kwama-drugs yini ngine-plan engqondweni but uma ngiya kuzibani bani ophethe kuma-department ngifike ngibeke into yami ngithi nayo into enginayo uyawatshontsha lo ma-ADS yathola angitshontshele i-funding le bekumele ize kimi bese nizothi abantu abamnyama balezi i-corruption yonke le akusiyithi ngiyabonga.
Thank you. It's important that we understand that you need to be flexible. Ne? We're looking at time. The first set of questions, Q&A, they lasted an hour. And we have another hour. So I don't want us to miss the opportunity to vote or not to vote. It's okay to change plans ne? And to go with the flow. All right, next.
Numela. Kalibitso ke nna keletso. Kalibitso ke nna keletso. I'm from Kagiso, Chief Mogale, Ward 11. Now today I'm going to talk about unemployment. The main reason for unemployment is that Kodi High School, we are being taught.
Put your mic a bit closer to your mouth.
Okay. Kodi High School, we are being taught something that we are not supposed to be taught. Because now we are being taught history. At the end, when you finish school, history. So now, Kodi High School, my idea is that we need to implement skills. Kodi High School. When you get to grade 10, you get to be put in a where in the skill that you want to be. Maybe if you want to do engineering, you must be in a side of engineering. You must know where you are going from the start.
Order. Noise.
Abo, they must build you. Because now, if maybe bahuruta history, bahuruta science, bahuruta another maybe subject, where are you going to be? Because now, what if maybe you want to be a policeman? What if you want to be a throwing man? And then, they don't do throwing. Abo, how to school? Obviously, you are going to be unemployed because now your skill is not based on what you did. Abo, that's the main reason. That's all that I can talk about because now.
Thank you.
Yes, sanibonani. Igama uSamuel Jude. We are here what 25 kaMasakhane. Isinenkinga yokuthi la ngihlala khona ukuthi kusemaplazini or kanjani izinto asizitholi ngesikhathi. Uthola ukuthi bathi umsebenzi uyaphuma basitshela namhlanje kusasa i-closing date. Kubhlungu and futhi enye into usase youth namanje. Sinama qualification and ngapha expire. Ku-expire kwakhona kufuneka imali futhi.
Order, there's a bit of noise. You are disadvantaging our brother. Yeah.
Funeka imali ukuthi uwa renew lawo ma qualification pass. You are unemployed as I expire, like for example ne paramedic ne security but ngihleli kubhlungu kakhulu yabona angikho mningi kakhulu ngicela nathi nisibheke or ukuthi sisemaplazini or kanjani abasibheki abantu lapha yabona.
Dumelang bagolo. Okay, nna la ka Komphemetse from Westrand. Every after 5 years, we vote, right? Okay, it's our choice to vote among and which party. After we vote, the result is closed. Bona ba celebrate kwa balong kote. While rona community, nothing changed for us. Ba celebrate marono okay poverty as well, nothing changes. Every after 5 years, I want to tell ba tera vote. I carry resa vote, but we have to vote. Antlalo gae. 2024, 20 change. Wa bona re bangata yang youth. Okay, nasi Spani itlile, nothing happened. Before actually, because utlile idea, not us. I'm sure the same message is after that as well more on busy got this other stuff. But when about vote and they were supposed to but they are not. And at the end. Radidi mad. Maro voted the mood, Hotana le cancel, Mile eco community removed okay. I repuse a Spani as youth. But Lebele appointed Lemo to as councillor, but still. Halema approach or councillor, I mean, Angasa approach Motiwan, Angasamongisiras. What Akis, what 7, what 6, what 11, Tonselemona or councillor or Hobile because of low to Sagamusebet. If you are not going to do that, every after 5 years, I hope nobody change. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have a request from our panelists. Ne? They want to respond to the issues first before we continue. Kalena, ne? We'll retrofeletsa Kalena definitely. So let's allow them. They've been noting some of them down. Yeah, let's do that. Ne? I don't know if you want to sit for a little bit or keep standing, but I know you've been noting some of the issues. I don't know if who wants to begin. And then, Mewa, I see you'd like to say something? You would? Okay, you can come through first. Yeah, let's allow Mamaka wa IEC, ne? Yes.
Give us time, Chief.
Yeah.
I'm saying, do not give us gestures. We adhered. We listened to your information. That was very crucial. Have the very same patience.
All right.
It's not a show matter.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
But we agree passionately with him. For the question, and then the panelists will respond to it. Again, we're happy. Hallelujah.
Okay. Naka lebitso ke nna Cecilia from Gauteng, Westrand. Ke eme mona ke le o mong wa youth, e leng hore ke dila ka cricket ko Merafong. Ha rena di sports facility ke ntho e ke llang ka yona. Ne ke kopa hore sports le sone se kenyiwe ko dikolong. Rona ko Gauteng di sports se shwele kaofela. Even di facility ha diyo. No yana rena le cricket, ha re tsebe re dlale kae. Ha re tla mo di college-ing ne re dlala last November ne re dlala le di college tsa Kamo. Ba na le all facilities. Re shota le kwa bolo cause bolo ya cricket ya tura is 350. Re kope gore every time ha re tsamaya I have to re ke kope. Municipality wa rona wa re thusa ka transport a ke gane. But gore o re thusa re la ga lo letsa phala ko jareteng ya mo councilor wa rona. E le hore ke batho ba tshetshelang morao e bile ngwana batho ba batho ha re supportane ke ntho e nka e tshong. Support ha re fane. More especially di councilor tsa rona. Gore motho wa ipotsa ngwana o tletse jwang ke monahano o a le mokana ene o ngwana mang and then maybe like nna ke na di parents telling hore maybe mama ka o wela under ANC. So like nna politically ho vote nka vote mara nka se vote. Ke gore ke in between ke dire makare. Wa bona. So if ever like ne le follower di challenges tse re kopanang le tsone re le youth la ema ka maunto like bana ba bangata bana leng di takatso bana le di vision but di fella mo moyeng o se ke motlula khouta taba gore ba khona go tisa di ideology ko di municipality and stuff ba kope gore re kopa le re thuse ka this ba dinka so nna youth ke le advisor ka gore etsa di certificate if una le ideology tsama o se ngwadise ko fatshe wetse an NPO before motho makana gana go tlonka yo ideology and then if re voter ke kopa le emeleng hore le pushe o ska emela motho mong hore a tlo bolella gore mosebetsi o hokae emella o pushe motsha nako santsane le teng cause o tlo lla ha nako se tsamei ke ntho enka e tshong fela.
Dumelang bagolo. Ke Dorothy from Kagiso Ward 11. Ke a utla ra bua ne re bua ntho tse right kaofela. Motho o mong le mong o bua ntho e mo pelong ya gagwe.
Order noise.
But gate batjha ba lazy. Look at EPWP workers. Kaofela ha bone. Guys, a re bue nnete ga gona batjha. Re di khone re tsuba di hable wa tseba why? Ga le batle go change. Ga le batle go fa youth chance. Youth is so frustrated. We get pregnant.
Order.
How na le bana ba 2,000 rand ta itla o pusha mo kgweding ha o tshwane.
Hanyana. There's a bit of noise, ne? Please, are you my sister opportunity going?
Yes, re kry di 350 re kana di bottles store ra inwela because we don't see impact re tlisang. Ha re bone vele re tlisang mo governmenteng ya rona. Youth ga inkiwe serious. O tlo ya sekolong. IEC is very quick to say youth must vote for eng. Ke eng ntwe re tshwarang re okay mo re tla vote re benefitile something ha o batla mosebetsi tshwantse o lo ncenga pele hore ke entse public management N6 hle clinicing le kampeya snenning ga ho kene tsholofelo ngwana mammang tshima mo councilor. Youth is tired. No more time for excuses. Re batla action. Challenge us as youth. Ntshamba batho ba bagolo ko EPW kenyeng youth. Di ground di tlatse di hlaga di khatswe ke bo mang EPW e fang youth motchini e fang youth equipment and say yes, do it. Challenge the youth. And until then, you will see the change. Youth is very frustrated. We have bipolars, we have depression, we are very suicidal. Regarding tabaya poverty, shebellang ha ne gona le looting. Motho o montsho tshwere ke tlala. Ka thulo le ke di trolley accident ya trolley e tletseng dijo wa bona gore motho o montsho o lapile. And then the other thing, how can I mo di community tsa rona, our disabled brothers and sisters ba dutse ko mantlong ha ba tsoseletswe memoya to say you can also do it with one leg, you can also do it when you are blind, you can also do it when you are deaf. Really one. What about mocha o dutseng ko ntlong o sa kgonang o tla mona because when you are too selfish to say ariye o hlabisa dihlong le nona le di rights tseo mo tsoseletse moya to say you also deserve the best, you are part of the youth. Ke a leboga.
Thank you.
Sanmunani, Kamala Muslangiwing Kamuga Tutuza.
Ngime lapha phambili namhlanje, I want to address something. Ne? Actually, I want to correct you, my sister. You said nisbizela because of sizothola ukudla. It's not about that. We are tired as inja because we are promised so many things, but were never delivered. Okay, another thing I will talk about is about educational system. When it comes to educational system, I think our government has to implement a more practical in our early grades so that we may have skills. Thank you.
Mandla, awethu. Thank you very much. My name is Skuluhle Kamali Choyo. I'm a leader and a youth member. Mine is to just give comments because I believe all of my colleagues and brothers have covered my instant stance in terms of ideological stance. But however, I'll start here. We have a problem. Even in this interactive session we're having, there is one problem. Those people we have elected are always not joining us. There is no MEC of education. There is no MEC of social development. All we are speaking with is volunteers. So my concern is one. The change that we want will start here. Immediately we stop taking politics or supposedly government as a feeding scheme for those who are poor. First of all, you elect a minister. In the next 5 years, they are driving around Rolls Royce and stuff, passing you as if they don't know you. Instead, what we are having now is one, it's poverty has taken a chance, leadership Osborne, to a point that it has gave birth to corruption. We have corrupt leaders because they are coming out of that poverty line. And you cannot expect us and to say that, okay, we must be educated. First of all, do you know the demands and the frustrations that comes with NSFAS? I'll just speak about practicality. The sudden change of NSFAS now, NSFAS changed the system to give Noroko and all of those things. There are students who slept hungry, on a hungry stomach for 2 months. You are expected to write an exam on a hungry stomach, and then you are saying that we should be educated. How? Even when those systems were relying on, they are excluding us. Now, you find out there's a student that has failed and got an F7. When I'm speaking about F7, we said academic exclusion. You fail once in varsity, you are gone. So where should we go? We should trust the very same educational system that is preparing us to be tools of white monopoly. No, we can't. We have enough. We have had enough. And another change we need to have is one, we cannot have a minister of education or a minister of health that doesn't even rely on the system that they are putting in fact. One example, does the child of Angie Muteka attend a public school? You'll find out it's no. So how will you understand our struggle? In the end, you'll turn against us. And when we see you, minister, yes, come, take a shot with me. We don't want that. We want Buroto, Indlala, Iaslaula. Manja.
Sanibonani. Hope naphila ne. Igama uNjabulo wakamthembu. My first comment is to the IEC. Ukuthi how do we inspire ukuthi we must vote for change when still after voting this year or next year the minister is still going to be Angie Muteka njengoba shilo baba. Ministers are going to rotate themselves and we are still going to vote. How about the legislature? It's not easy to change ministers, to change legislation. If you are a minister for this term, you must not come back. Because Angie Muteka can't change anything about umdala lo kokoloyi. Badala labantu labo. They can't change a thing. The Minister of Communication has a difficulty using his smartphone. You can't change those things. There's a lot we need to change, but we must give given a chance as young people. Not only to lead in the legislature, but also to lead in the parliament and national.
Order.
We must be given those chances to lead national. In the spaces as value of Antabatan. We can't be here in Jalo, we are here attending these programs. We live still unemployed. We attend programs of labor department, you leave still unemployed. They teach you how to draft a CV, you leave still unemployed. They give you food parcels, still unemployed. T-shirts, still unemployed. We are tired of that thing. Let us change. Must we have a program next time? So we have solutions of how we can change this thing.
Thank you.
Sanwan. Yes, my name is Sabang Lisemula.
Sorry. Sizele na uzolalela. Whatever that you're doing there outside, ne? As concentrate in lab. Please. Mawazukulum up here. Please.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Mnyar. My name is Sabang Lisemula. I'm residing in Tsakane. Thank you for the opportunity again to actually engage on issues that affect us from time to time. I think I'll start by saying one of the latter presidents from Guinea-Bissau, one of the smallest countries in Africa, he says our people, they are not fighting for ideas in anyone's head, but they are fighting to earn material benefits, to secure future for their loved ones, and to guarantee future for even their generations. Now, I'm glad you spoke something about the system. Now, part of the issues that we are facing, socio-economic issues we are facing as young people, there's a result of the system that actually is designed. Now, our people are designed, the system that has been created, our people are subjected to become factory workers, to become laborers in anyone's kitchen or in anyone's garden. Someone spoke about some EPWP program, and then she spoke about EPWP programs, young people, they don't apply. You see, I'm one of the people that don't apply for those things because the government will tell you that you need to work for 6 months. Now that 6 months, it means that after 6 months, poverty is no longer affecting you. You need to go back to the very same situation that has been affecting you, which is poverty. Now it means that for that 6 months, you need to be working, being able to put bread on the table. You understand? You put bread on the table after 6 months, it means that you must go back at home and sit and nothing else must happen to you. We're simply saying that the system that is created, it needs to absorb you permanently. When you're a person that is working for 6 months, you must be employed permanently. That is what we want. Now, coming from the youth formations, we spoke something about economic freedom in our lifetime. Now, in simple definition, when we speak about economic freedom in our lifetime, we want to say that our people need to be able to own factors of production. It means that you must never be employed. Instead, you must be able to employ and fire people. You understand? You need to be at a point whereby you have a business that employs and empowers people, because we can't be subjected to live in the same system of being domestic workers. Our parents, they found this system. They were guarding boys, tea girls. Some of them, they were there in those brothels working for white people. The very same people that we find ourselves in this system in, we're saying that we need to vote. But what are we voting for? We're voting for us to become factory workers again. Really, there's something that we need to actually understand. I'm glad because we have a panel today. But I think it will be advisable that coming back, Mr. Sodis, that invite one of the officials so that they can sit with us here, and then they can be able to feel the frustration that we're having. Because the panel that is here, the very same issues we're facing, they're facing them. And I'm not saying that I'm trying to undermine any one of them, but sometimes I don't see it being ideal of them to respond to the issues that are affecting them. Because these issues we're facing, they are affecting them. Instead of you providing a copy to the MEC or to the Premier to say that, Premier, those are the issues that people of Ekurhuleni are facing. How about they come and sit with us so that they can be able to see, because they can't say they are affected by these issues because those issues, they are not affecting them. They are employed, their kids are studying in boarding schools. Some of them, when you go to places of young people, they eat sushi on top of naked women. Thank you very much.
Molweni. Igama lami nguSiphumeze from Ward 71. Apha sinengxaki Ward 71 ye-youth. Ulutsha la Ward 71 kuthiwa alikho active. Mna ngizuthi alikho active because of they have their own problems. Yabo. Thina silulutsha into esenzakalayo sithi nxa siyo attend ama meeting nxa sibabiza bangezi. Xa sisithi siyobabiza sithethe nawo bathi abantu abanokhona ukuza ema-meetingini because of bayahereza basuka phi ko-Brakpan basuka ko-Kipton Park basuka ko-Binoni. They want something to eat. Okay ke xa sibayeka ke ngoku singazi nabo bengazi emeetingini kuqale ke ngokuthi abantu abakhoyo emeetingini like they don't want to participate abantu bangazi emeetingini xa kuvela ama-opportunities abazubakho involved yabo. Do you blame bona abantu bangazi emeetingini bahamba bayokhangela ukudla okanye sizoblame ugovernment okanye sizoblame aba bathi bona abazubafaka baparticipate kwinxalenye yokuhlala? Mina ngiblame ugovernment. Ugovernment akanasandla kulutsha. Ugovernment uvela xa efuna uncediswa lulutsha kanje ngangoku. Because ngoku bazele for ivote. Beseli soko bengezi. Ngoku sengoku bafuna ivote kunyaka ozayo. Bazoza kuthi baza ne big promises. After sivotile abazuzithina abazuzifezekisa ezo big promises. Gqibile.
Dibulisa Program Director, Ostineo, to the House at large, and the panelists. Ikamang Lindo Kuhle Kaiso. I come from Merafong. I am a youth activist. The main problem of why young people are no longer interested to the day and age politics voting system, it's because one, the democracy that is declared or that on administrative level, when you read it, it is so perfect, it has no flaws. But the custodians who are representing the very same documentation do not necessarily read to understand its contents and what should its intention be. Now I want to take this opportunity, Medineo. Can I legislate? The Vom New City, it's government by the people, for the people. I just want to create a simple example. If it were to be possible, I'm saying, Kumama Pa, ku IEC, there are other measures that can be taken to do monitoring and evaluation. By virtue of being a young person, possessing an ID document, there's no need to be registered. I can change at any given time. Probably I've been agitated by an idea, by a certain influence, and tomorrow I choose to go and vote. But because I did not register, I am denied my constitutional right. A right that certain people died over it. A right that I am now feeling that it's now necessary. Here's now the candidate that I want. Through your provisions, now you have created independent electorates. Now I want to choose, let's say, during March. Then what? I'm denied. And I should accept that it's my own accountability. A chance was created. I did not use it effectively when I had the chance. No. Okwesibini, our politics in South Africa, it's that Silulucha, we are very hesitant in understanding the tools of analysis that brings about governance. We are not informed. We do not understand what is the role of national, provincial, and local governance. And we do not participate, even to minimal engagement session, there's fun about IDP. A IDP, it develops the community that you stay in. All projects that are declared in it are determining the job skills necessary, the labor pool that must be employed there, the developmental aspects that should prepare a future we should be living upon, but we are not there. It's an error that we must take accountability as young people. Secondly, the order of politics in this day and age, they are bought by those who are privileged. Belong to political parties. Even the governing party itself, when it wrote its early letters in the 1912, it wrote to UK, the very same colony that we had, it was writing, please liberate us. We black people, we want to represent ourselves in the governance. We as the black people, we want to make sure that the vast majority of the people issues are represented. The very same governance that was saying those things today cannot legislate even a mining house. I come from a mining community and I am frustrated because there's a document that is called a SLP, a social labor plan. It has ESD. It promises good things for it to acquire a mining license. But our DMRE does not do anything to monitor the implementation, whether are they in fruition. That's the problem of leaders we have. They are unaccountable. Thank you.
Molweni. Igama ngimihlali, I hail from Katlehong, Mandela, Ward 51. Keep that in mind, legislature. Your vision is, your mandate is to take our voices, then take it to
Your view, our vision.
Our views.
Your view.
So, here is my point. Ne?
Your view, our vision.
My view, our vision. Thank you. So, here is the point. Legislature will start with you, Kahle Kahle. I was born in Ward 51 in Mandela. The youth there is very deplorable. Ne? Ababantu, according to Shoti.
Order.
According to Shoti, Mandela. Mandela, we need imisebenzi. Youth, Mandela, angeke umfumane umntu osebenza kwa government. Let me start there. What government angeke umfumane? Two.
All right.
Two.
Yeah, two. Continue.
We managed to formalize an NPO. I'm from an NPO called Intik. Ne? We managed to formalize it. Ne? We managed to call some of the youth to apply for jobs since they say that.
Order.
Since they say that we can get jobs online, even if we go to MFME, we will not get jobs handing our CVs. They will tell us that we must go to the websites to get jobs. We must go to websites. Since now that the NPO has managed to collect youth, put them together, then we tried that the youth of Mandela to.
Don't worry. Lenna obarinki fluent ka English. Sina lo njapa. Sawara. Bulen.
Ewe. So we managed them. The NPO is in shortage of laptops.
Order, please.
The laptop that is being used now is being borrowed. So, siyanicela bantu bakwa legislature nihambe niyochaza into yokubana iMandela isengxakini, youth yaseMandela ayinamisebenzi, akho mntu usebenza kwa government there. Two, size kwa IEC. Ndayibuza IEC ngenye imini ne that how to get jobs. They told me go to the IEC portal. After that, you register. Betuna, not sonke good to go to public, ne? Yeah. So, kwacha vula website yako. So, vula this IEC portal. Firstly, they want you to register to vote. then that's the problem. We get to ask ourselves that why bezosibuza ukuthi bazosiqalela bamasvote. 2, you get to the post, mawufika kweza post, eza post eziyana most yazo zaphelelwa. You can get into it now. I'm telling you, I've been doing this. Kudala lento, kudala ndiyenza. So, siyanicela youth yaseMandela
Order.
is in deep problem. We are humbly asking you to take this view that I'm saying, because this is the vision of the youth of Mandela. That can you please give us some attention? At least show, we want actions, not.
Yeah, wrap up. Order. Yeah, wrap up. Ne?
We want actions.
Yeah.
Ne? These actions that we want to see some of our brothers. Baningi abantu abafundile eMandela. Mina manje nokucelela ubana dibhekile university nafundi political sciences. But uyanibona mos. Can you tell that? You will never. This is very painful. Yeah. So we ngokukhulu ukuzithoba ne. Siyanicela take abantu abakwaziyo babazisa utshintsho eMandela. Bahambe bazisa utshintsho eMandela, because youth yaseMandela iyaphela. Firstly, booze, drugs. Akhondo eMandela ingenziwa parks, aziko, fields. It's like we are living on the other side of the world, whilst nina niphila grand. Tina, we are not living right. I don't know where is the problem.
Thank you.
Yeah. This one goes out to
remember, if you're not part of the youth, we only give you half the time, ne? So that we give opportunity to a lot of you. But no. But I really do appreciate, I do appreciate our elders as well being here, ne? To support us. Yeah.
Thanks very much for your time. Ngubheki Thango mina from eKatlehong. Ngibuya eBuhle Park eWard 40. Ngicela nje ukubonga iyouth ande attende ngayo. Ngiyibonge futhi iyouth ukuthi nginabantwana abaqualified ngenxa ye-fees must fall. Abathola imfundaze asebe graduateile manje. Abahlele ekhaya. If bengesiyona iyouth ngaba bafundanga imali bengenayo kubafundisa. But ngibonga abantu abaparticipate ku-fees must fall. But what is frustrating me is that ukuthi we are fighting for the labor brokers. But now the government of the day is encouraging the issue of assistant teachers. I've got qualified teachers who are staying at home without job. But there are people who are called assistant teachers. What the government is doing is demoralizing people who want to go to school and study teaching, because eventually they will sit at home without job. I'm disappointed because the comrades that I was with in the strike in 1994, before 93, 92, they say parliament, I city a parliament. Even now today, they are still a parliament since from 1994. I'm old enough, I'm now 54 years of age. But it's a confusion. Mangifuna umsebenzi kuthiwa ngimdala, mangifuna upoyinanti kuthiwa ngimncane. Kodwa eParliament emsebenzini efamily kune early retirement at the age of 55. You can take early retirement. EParliament ithini i-cut off time yabasebenzi baseParliament ukuthi bahlale phansi. Kune technology manje is moving very fast. Even other comrades that I was with in the street, they can't even adapt to the technology corner. The way it's moving fast. So what I'm suggesting is that let's give the youth, as Ifundi said, they are well educated, well equipped. We've got companies. I, for one, I've got a company. I was disturbed by Inaziga load shedding. I've stopped it in November last year. I'm producing mina amakhatlade wonke izitshi amakomitshi ama-plate amavasi everything. But the issue is that load shedding. Plate if I start 7 hours emlilweni before ivuthwa and then get load shedding and then it damage the production. So I've been looking for the funding till today. Angaze ndiyifumane. Kunento ekuthiwa PESP, Presidential Employment Stimulus Program. I've applied more than 10 times. Zero. Into engendayifumana. Ndibuye ePitori kwi-environmental office. Khange ngithole into ekuthiwa the budget. They've drained out the budget before the end of even financial year, but there is nothing. I'm still in the queue. I've got the land, Ebuhle Park from Waspala for 10 years that I can use and developing youth, but there's no money to use that land. Youth must go and vote. Singayenzi mistake yokungayisi your voter because we'll go back to the past where we came from before 1994. Let's go and vote, make our voice to be heard, please.
Sanbonan, igama lami nguNdumiso kaMpungose, from Ebuhle Park, Woodford. Kinga yethu enkulu, njengoba nisibona si-unemployed, njengoba nibona izwe lethu lishona phansi, inkinga nje iyodwa, ama-politician. Ayikho iphathi eyophinda isiliberate eSouth Africa njenge-youth. Ayikho. Bengakukhohlisi, inkinga yethu enkulu umhlaba nama-resources wethu. Ugovernment uzoyithathaphi imali ngoba naye self uyayiboleka. Uzoyithathaphi imali yokuyinika thina sibe singawu-own umhlaba wethu. Sibe singawa-own ama-resources wethu. Sidingikile. Bakhulumile abafowethu. Asikwazi ngisho ukuthunga isicathulo bafethu. Ukuthunga nje isicathulo asikwazi. Uzoyivula kanjani i-production company yakho? Wena u-encourage ukuthi angeke sonke sibe amadoda. Angeke sonke sibe ama-lawyer. Angeke sonke sibe ama-accountant. Sidinga iy'kili. Sidinga ukufundiswa iy'kili. Umhlaba wethu awukho ezandleni zethu. Nayi inkinga enkulu. Njengabantu thina abasha ekumele ukuthi siyilwele. Ayikho enye into eyophinda isiliberate eSouth Africa ngaphandle kokuthi njengabantu abasha sisukume silwele umhlaba wethu. Ama-resources onke nabo zamazama balithola mosigolide. Yini indaba ugovernment engathatha umhlaba wakhe lama mine adetermine irate akathengisa ngayo ngaphandle adetermine irate akuthengiswa ngayo ama minerals wethu ukuze umhlaba wethu nama resources wethu akhona ukusibenefita thina njenge youth ese South Africa. Sizoba ne-challenge yokuthi ama-politician lezinto ayisebenzisela ukucampaigna for ama-party wabo.
Soli?
Yiyo nje i-challenge esinayo. Eparliament umthetho uthi kumele ube ne-2/3 majority ukuze ukwazi ukushaya imithetho. Wena mawucabanga njengoba sina more than 281 parties. Ikhona iparty ezovuma ukuvumelana nenye ukuthi umhlaba uthathwe. So sine problem ema-politician eSouth Africa. So thina njenge youth ukuvota singakuyeki. Kodwa asibone asithola abantu esaziyo ukuthi labantu bazorepresent ama-interest wethu njengabantu abasha. Kufanele ukuthi sibumbane nje singabantu abasha. Ayikho enye indlela esizoya ngayo phambili. Especially thina la Ekurhuleni. Sinama-industrials. Angakhona ukufunda ama-ideas wabantu. Asikhona ngisho ukuparticipate as small businesses ukuthi siba-supply. Ngezinto. Sengivala ngithi uNIDA akeze eKasi ebe neoffice eKasi. iNEF ayize eKasi ibe neoffice eKasi. Ukuze abantu kungathiwa apply nje kuphela you must be assisted. Mangabe una compliance, the government must help you ukuthi uthole compliance.
ama-entrepreneurship programs awenze magasi. Ngoba angeke sibafethu sithi sizothi siyofuna ukuyose nathi we must be employers at the end of the day. So economy yethu mayibuye kithi. Umhlaba wethu awubuye kithi. Ngoba nawo government akanama uyayiboleka imali. Iqiniso lelo. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Kiabona line increase. That's the last person, ne? With the white jacket. Yeah. Continue.
Oh, siyabonga che. Sanibonani. Igama uDibuho Amaseko. Mina ngathanda ukuthi ngifake ama solution kakhulu ku legislature. Legislature program yangamhlanje ikhuluma ngeunemployment kakhulu. Angishiye mele sibhekane nayo kakhulu ngoba ipoverty letha ukungasebenzi. But kule seminar angiboni kunama at least amatafulanyana la ngaphandle wama companies at least abantu abazosikhuthaza bathatha ama CV ingishaye ngaphakathi leyo mangiyibona leli one. So mphako nje ukuthi next time siyacela iprogram ihambisane nathi sithi masamba la size nama CV next time because ngiyacabanga ukuthi abantu abasha abasebenzi la ekhaya. Number 2, government ayikho into ayizwayo. Thina sajwayele ukumbrayela inyama, shisa itayera. Mawufuna into emzansi ukusebenza kanjalo. Kwakudala, no, sis, kwakudala bebatoyitoyi abazali bethu ukuthi bazwiwe. Kusho ukuthi nathi kwamele usihambe ngaleyo ndlela ngoba ama solutions ayaqulwa asiwaboni. Kusho ukuthi na manje mele sihlale siya ema-ofisini abo MMC shiswa inyama, shisa itayera. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
Oh, greetings to all. Today neke karata go bua ka scarcity ne due to youth unemployment. Then ilong gore no pride has been demoralized from many people. Because no, but abasathlole bana le pride, youth asathlole na le pride itu ilogobone due to they have scarce resources and scarce inequalities. Due to no the skills sabona di khone go meeta go ba ka khona go provide for the families sabona. So ne nka rata gore batho ba botle ba khone go lokisetsa di provision go ba khone go ba le di resources tse successful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sanmanani. Ikalari ngizobe ngijuluke kuyo kumele ngimkhathele of which is wrong. Into bekumele ilungiswe le phezulu ayithina. Yibo abayibonayo because yibo ba-agreele ukuthi amakula wavula ama-agencies wawo le sifike si-register thina. Bayingakho abantu aba-permanent? Abanama-permanent position emsebenzini bayingakho? Ba-few. Most of the time agent. Of which nje anyeke nje izisi-uplifting anything. So please, sicela ukuthi masibhisiza la, singalibele sibhekana ngento eyi-one njalo. Sifuna imisebenzi, but ayizi imisebenzi. Maningi amafem, ziningi indawo. Why ninga-concentrate kuzo? Nibuye lokishini ukuthi lokishi nayi into kanje. Thank you.
Sanibonani. Ninjani? Ngiyaxolisa, I have flu, my voice is a bit, but ngizozama ukukhuphuka kanje. Hayi, kushushu. Kunzima. You came to the people and the people are here. It's bad. Mina ukamela mnonceba wakasiyongwana. I'm talking from a am I allowed to? I'm talking from an educated perspective. Went to primary, went to high school, went to University of Pretoria, got NSFAS Nyakolota. I was allowed on the stage, but I wasn't allowed to get the degree. Sharp, life happened. As an educated person, it'll make sense in a minute. Angisho, apparently lana angisho bengikhwela stage. Mama mathi, that's my daughter, that's my daughter. Come to the reality. I'm here now. I'm trying to understand. I want to make this thing practical. Ne? I want you to understand where I'm coming from, and I'm going to say it slowly for everybody to catch what I'm trying to say. You need the discernment to understand ukuthi that is stating. Practical, lad. Just give me a little bit of time. Now I hear. Ne? I'm done with the stage. I'm graduated. My first step was to apply. I don't even know how to fill in a Z83 form. I felt illiterate. An educated woman like me felt illiterate. You can't tell me about education now. I don't know how to fill in a Z83 form. And I must get a job in government or what. I don't know how to fill in a Z83 form. West, step number 2, learn and reality. I don't have a learner's. I don't have a driver's license. I don't have a father. Nobody at home is working. Joe, let's be practical. We're sitting here. We are talking about the three things: fractures, unemployment, inequality, and what else? And poverty. I'm surprised. Nobody asked anybody here who's hungry. Nobody asked anybody here who is unemployed. What qualifications do you have? Do you want a skill? Nila, nigu surface, nkulumita practical. La. Katele, we are so tired. I'm so sick and tired. I come from a home where it's tough. My older brother is on drugs. I'm the only girl at home. I have a younger brother. What must happen in the house? Ubudamba katshontsa imali le umama mayithathayo. Ngathi anikho angry. Nihleli. Yeah? Nihleli ne-time management, you know. We want to yabona sihambe. Understand. I'm trying to understand. I walked into my counselor's office and said, "Mina ngikhathele uku-apply. Nizongiqasha." I started working next week Wednesday. Ngasiqasha mina nokwami. Khathele. Sikhathele nje. Angeke. Angivumi. That's angivumi. I'm tired. I am so irritated about EGVV. Last week, Monday, I was going to work. Last week, Monday, I was going to work and I saw some guy trying to talk to some girl. I had to ask her, as a woman, dude, are you okay? Are you sure you're safe? Do you need my help? Comrade, don't understand. So what I'm trying to say is, I work in the councillor's office. I'm the councillor's PA. If you come to the office and I take out my pocket money the situation is zima. It's shaya sonke lana. You understand that? So mina, I'm tired of coming to Hitler in Nazareth. We went to Nazareth. Yes, sahamba sathatha imali zezogcina. Iphelele. Department of Labor, it's West. I get to the Department of Labor. I sit there. But you know, nothing is advertised, and I don't understand. You know. So I want you guys. I'm not blaming you guys, but I need you guys to understand.
Order.
Shh. We are in pain. What are we going to do if umntana matric warejwa by a teacher? Is that child going to go to school and write the exams? What are we going to do? Mina in as fast. It showed that 46,611 rand. The 11 rand I will pay. The 46,000 kulu zoibon. Because I have 11 rand. The 46,000.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry for being violent, but I'm tired.
Order.
Stand up, my brother. Stand up. Okay, all right.
Sanibonani. Okay, ngicela ukubonga uqala.
Bring your mic closer. We can't hear you.
Okay. Ngicela ukubonga ubuntu qala. Ngilana because of ubuntu. Okay. Ngiyabona la khuluma ngama unemployment, education, voting. Kodwa nginenkinga nje encane. Actually, I'm not speaking for myself kuphela.
Can you hear him? No.
Okay.
Okay, calm down, relax.
Ngithi ngiyabona ukuthi khuluma nge-unemployment,
Yeah.
education and voting. Nginenkinga khona abantu abangakhona ukuvota, angikhulumeli ngesayida kuphela. Khona abantu abangakhona esikolweni and khona abantu abangakhona ukuba employed. It's because of angazi noma inkinga ye-government or inkinga ye-home affairs or yini inkinga mara kunenkinga yokuthi abantu bangatholi ama-ID wabo. So njengoba banganama-ID abakhoni ukuvota, abakhoni ukuba educated, abakhoni uku-apply, abakhoni ukwenza nix. So angazi leyo problem izosolva kanjani. Angifuni ukukhuluma ngama-foreigner, angifuni ukukhuluma ngabantu, ngithi ngicela nje usizo from yona leyo government or leyo home affairs ukuthi inikeze abantu ama-ID wabo and inga-commit izinto ezikhomithayo.
Order.
Kune-corruption khona lapho kuze abantu bala e-South Africa bangatholi ama-ID wabo. Ngicela nje leyo given a special attention.
Thank you. All right. We are wrapping up again. So, just to raise something that's related to what my brother now is raising, and someone else mentioned it as well, where are the companies here? Usually we are able to invite Gauteng Enterprise, Liquor Board, etc. But I don't know what happened that we don't have them today. But in another program here, voter education, we do bring home affairs and so forth. I don't know if somebody else will be able to add to that. But I just want to raise something before Mama IEC abolela ne. Guys, la IEC it's in the constitution again. They're doing their job. That job is, and I think she also mentioned the mandate. Yeah, IEC ne. IEC is not government. Again, it's part of the state, yes, but it's not government. It doesn't create programs. They're not the ones who are saying, you know, vote, come vote. Well, they say that, but that's their job. Lang understand, ne? They have to fulfill the constitution. I hope you understand that, but let me give an opportunity, and then we'll also wrap up and hear from the panelists if they want to add anything. Thank you.
Whew. Hey, IEC has been attacked. Okay. Hi, can I just start by answering Siswa Selindelani? And I think my answer is going to cover a lot of our questions afana nalawayan. Usiswa Selindelani just said, abantu base IEC came to Lindelani to say they will give water, electricity, toilets. Please guys, don't be misinformed. IEC is not a political party. Please understand that. IEC is not a political party. I did mention a mandate, ye IEC. A mandate, ye IEC, is to conduct elections. IEC must make sure ukuthi every 5 years we have elections in our country. If we don't have elections, it would mean we are not promoting democracy. Angithi we are saying South Africa is a democratic country. So in order for South Africa to exercise democracy ayo kahle, IEC must be there. When we talk of democracy, we say democracy, it is a power that is vested in the people, and it must be exercised through a system of representation. What does that mean? Nina ni abantu, ni ama South Africans, ninikwe ipower yokuthi ni exercise lento ekuthiwa democracy ngokuthi kube nale system ye representation. System ye representation, it is when manje kufika ama political parties to represent you. Ukuthi thina siyi party A sizokwenza ukuthi nokuthi nokuthi. Sivoteleni. Si party B sizokwenza ukuthi nokuthi nokuthi sivoteleni. So democracy inikwe nina, you have been given the power yokwenza sure ukuthi kunalama qembu enikwazi ukuwakhetha. So what is important is that njengoba kuza ama elections in 2024, all the political parties will come to your communities and they will promise this and that. It is your responsibility as the citizens of South Africa to listen to each and every political party's manifesto. What is it that they are promising you? It is not the IEC that is going to promise ukuthi load shedding iyaphela. Tina, we are here to bring our voting stations closer to you so that democracy, lesikhuluma ngayo, that system of representation can take place. So if I work on a voting station, angeke nikwazi ukuwakhetha lamaqembu ukuthi we want to be governed by this political party. Please, South African citizens, take note. IEC is not a political party. Don't get confused. When someone comes to your respective area and say, I am from the IEC and I will provide electricity, I will provide proper housing, I will provide this and that. Tell them that, no, we know ukuthi IEC is not going to be able to provide that. IEC conducts elections. They make sure that elections are free and fair. They make sure that in South Africa we have elections every 5 years. Remember again when I did my presentation, I spoke about this pamphlet, Active Citizenry. Guys, be active. Be active. Once you are active in politics, once you know what is happening around you, you won't get confused. Participate in the democracy. participate in the democracy. If you want change, you must be responsible and obey active citizen. Please. I think I have answered a lot of you because you keep on saying EIEC comes to us when it's the eve of e-voting. Yes, we're supposed to come when it's the eve of e-vote because that is our mandate as EIEC. It was to conduct our elections. Please understand, Uguti, we need to come and inform you. What is extremely important, Uguti, mamelani wonke ama political parties, mawase wa campaigner, mamelani ukuthi banithembisani. Because once they don't deliver, i-anger yenu iba directed to IEC. And it's directed at the wrong place. Ngicabanga ukuthi yiko okuningi enikushoyo. And there was a rotation of ministers. Tina, once we are done with the elections, we announce the elections. We declare the elections as free and fair. We do not cater abo minister. We don't appoint ministers. Please understand. Please go back to this. Once you understand this pamphlet, ye active citizenry, iyacho ukuthi you must participate in voter education and voter registration. You are saying, why is it important for you to register to vote? Because you have ukhona umuntu wase Westrand. Uthi ke wena mfo, you have an ID. You don't need to register. But umthetho uthi you must register so that your name can appear on the voters' roll, so that you are able to vote. So if when on the day yama elections, you just come and say, I have my ID, I'm going to vote. But if your name doesn't appear on the voters' roll, you won't be able to vote. That is why e-registration is open throughout. As much as you think, Uguti, you are able to register maguvulwa magu registration weekend. Even now, you can register yourselves online. Kuvuliwe ukuregister. The only time that e-registration is ovalwa, it is when the president proclaims a date yama elections. So e-registration happens, it is a continuous process. Iganjalo. Siyabonga ngicabanga ukuthi yiko enifuna ukukwazi kakhulu. Because imibuzo yenu iyaphinda about IEC. Note, IEC is not a political party.
Thank you so much, IEC. I hope that is clear. Solely our public wants to say something.
Ngicela ni angisho silana because of there are issues of accountability. So nami ngengikhono account la ngisebenza khona. Ku register abantu abayi50 kuphela. Ku register yami. And then if you can check the hall is full. Ngiyacela please ngicela ukuthi nami ngiyo account abantu bangangixoshe emsebenzini. Ngicela nigcwalise le register. If you did not fill it, fill the register so that nami ngiyo account ukuthi bokunabantu abayi200 ngize ne catering e250 then bangishaye kule 50. Hayi ukuthi bangishaye ku150 kuze abantu abayi100. Ngiyabonga Dina.
Thank you. All right, we're wrapping up again. So I just want to do this, ne? Two things. What's happening? Oh, sure. Okay. Two things, ne? I will just categorize for you because there were a lot of questions and input, so that it's easier for you to, to respond to them, ne? And then I want you in your responses. Remember, you are not responsible for all the issues that I hear. I get just to make your own reflections, and then also perhaps touch on social entrepreneurship as one of the possibilities that can assist young South Africans. Ne? But I just want to categorize for you quickly. You mentioned that it should be very clear the responsibility of government, of parliament, as well as the citizens or the residents of the country. Ne? It's important that government, when it makes laws, the parliament makes laws and the government has to implement the programs that they promise, but there's also the role of business. I'm surprised that we didn't talk a lot about business. South African government is one of the highest employers in the country. Ne? However, there's also arguments that the government is bloated, it's too big. But it cannot be the solution for everything when it comes to employment. Like business as a role. We just heard about the banks and what they were doing and the impact they have on us. But also, these banks were also international banks. Order. International, the global world has an impact on us and our politics. I hope that you know that, ne? And how does that impact our daily lives and the leaders that we choose as well, ne? Because some people are funded by international organizations and so on, ne? But the responsibilities and accountability of politicians was raised. You must remember, I'm not a politician, ne? I'm an administrator, I'm an official. But politicians that you vote in are public representatives. They're supposed to represent your issues from the political parties. Ne? So, because we do have political representatives who are here, we'll make sure that we take our responsibility here as administrators is to take these issues to them, that you guys have relayed. Ne? So we'll make sure that they get some of the issues that you raised. Okay, quickly moving on. There was an important issue that was raised. Yeah, disabled young people. Now, it's not just disabled young people. We have other different categories that we belong to as people. Like there's white young people, there's Indian people, there's colored young people. However, but currently there are some people who argue, and you've touched on it as well, that when you are privileged, you become more privileged. Race is very, class is the new race. I get khale, apartheid and so on. Race was the main issue. It determined what you get, when you get it, and how. But now it looks like class is the main issue. Ne? So, also what you touched on, with regards to then disabled youth and other categories of youth, in terms of youth formations, are we equal? Are all the youth voices heard? You know, you only see disabled youth when there's a disability forum taking place. But why can't they be with you as well? But we also know there are also invisible disabilities, so I don't want to assume there's nobody here who's disabled, but okay. Another issue that you touched on, the role of government officials, members being accountable, and the spaces that young people, that are not enough. Places where you can play sports and so forth, it's still an issue. And that's government, that's what they're supposed to do. But coming to the panel, there's something that's raised currently in this climate of going towards voting. But 2024 is your 1994. So I don't know what that means. If you want to touch on that, in addition to youth formations and possibly looking at social entrepreneurship as one of the possible solutions. And I think the panelists also chose who will respond to issue social entrepreneurship so that we all understand what it is. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Just to briefly, I'm not going to attack the IEC. It has been well attacked. But all I'm going to say is that let us not defend even when there's nothing to defend. You know, sometimes when young people speak, they come with innovative ideas. Let us be receptive to those ideas and let us see how we amalgamate them. The gentleman that is coming from Westrand, he is raising a fact that we must not underlook. It's a very important and interesting suggestion. To say the moment I apply for an ID and I'm approved to get an ID, I should then be automatically registered to vote because I'm a South African who has an ID. It's an innovative idea, you know. So I think also we should also take it as one of recommendations that we need to fight for. Another thing that I want to mention, young people, we are not immune, number one. Number two, we are not living in the king's palace. Number three, let's stop saying they must, they did this. Let's stop blaming other people, young people. We are detaching ourselves from the problem and we've made them to be the problem. When we're forgetting that the biggest problem is ourselves. And when I'm saying the biggest problem is ourselves, the old people are leading us. The old people are governing us. And old people are dying. It's a fact. And as they are dying, the old is dying, but the new cannot be born. Because the new is nowhere to be found. You spoke about us being able to take over government. How do we take over government if we don't participate in the process of government? How do we take over government if we are making a decision that you are not going to go and vote? How do we take over government? The very same ANC Youth League, there's an ANC Youth League that they spoke about. How do we take over government if we don't ensure that we as young people, we go be part of that ANC? Whatever that they do there in the ANC, we will go and do it for one reason. We don't want to be part of them. We want to overthrow them. If they are raising hands in the ANC to vote for people, then young people must be in majority to raise hands of young people. And we must vote for young people. How they get to be in parliament, it's a process that is a closed process done within political organizations where young people are nowhere to be found in those political organizations. It is high time that young people, let us not do the same mistake we did during Fees Must Fall. When we said hashtag fees must fall, but we never suggested hashtag what must rise. It is important right now, even if we are saying we are taking a decision, as young people, we are starting a political organization that we only want young people to be part of that organization. And we are going to contest everyone that is old. Why are we not doing that? Why do we keep on saying, government must do this, government must do that? Then next year we go and sit at home and we don't go and vote. The very same government that is old, that is dying, the only thing that they're good at is to sleep with one another in parliament. They will continue doing that. Thank you very much.
Osborne, wow. Those was, Kuningi, bafethu. Kuningi, it's a lot. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm just gonna raise 3 or 4 questions. Just something you can go and think about. Maybe Google. Begune Youth BRICS Summit. How many young people knew and how many young people attended? Okay. Begune World Cup rugby. How many young people know Guti? How can my brother go and enter a member rugby and play all those things? You know? Yesterday, when we attending that South African World AIDS Summit with ISANEC, they are requesting a lot of young people to be part of the civil society, meaning Lama NGOs and Kulumangao. They are asking these young people, Nigupi, we want you, there's money. Young people are not there. It's things that you must think about. A current competition happening. I'll think about it now. I think it's the South African Development Agency. Kunama competitions are corner. As young people, if you want to grow, education is not just in school. Mina, I taught myself politics by volunteering to become the PA of the councillor somewhere else. That's how I learned politics, how it operates until I landed into this position I'm in right now. Those are the few things and as young people. These opportunities, how do we access them?
You understand? Singapheleli and as fast, there's quite a lot of bursaries happening. There's quite a lot of learnerships happening. How do you guys access these things? Ne? Okay, I see here. There is this saying that says, when days are dark, friends are few. What I mean by this is that currently, in most of the communities, like Gauteng,
Order.
most of the
Ningakhulumi,
communities,
tu.
like Gauteng, we have been fighting a lot of crime. We've been fighting a lot of foreign things. And have you ever seen red, green, yellow, pink political people supporting us in these fights? Or maybe about Togi, maybe about private in I don't know. But have we seen these people to say, guys, Sizolwanan, Siabakipa today, Sizolwanan? You understand? They are nowhere to be found. It's just a few CPF members, Namige Ongasabi, Nawe Ongasabi. But what is surprising is that Nini, this much as we embassy, say Israel, in colors and numbers, in buses, and a lot of funding get out of there to say, yes, we are standing with Palestine. Israel must stop that. This is our people that are fighting for other countries. Maratina, days are dark, friends are nowhere to be found. So ngizama ukuthi uma wayisi ukhuluma ukuthi vele baza ngama last days ukuthi bazositshela ukuthi asivoteni, including our political people. They come now say siyabona amakhalas nyana yavuka mangemasha maningi. It's nice, it is frustrating ukuthi umuntu umkhane mawumbona, but it's fine. So what I'm trying to say, we are going to go and vote. Why I'm saying this? I hope kulama packets there is a constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The constitution of the Republic of South Africa, the first page, in a preamble. The preamble, une line 80, South Africa belongs to all those who live in it. I am challenging us young people to say, must try to vote next year. This is the platform. We write a petition and say, South Africa must belong to South Africans, and we will accommodate everyone else. South Africa cannot belong to everyone. South Africa must belong to South Africans, and because in Ubuntu, and we are civilized, we will accommodate these people, Mabeza, according to laws and regulations that deal with our international relations. So guys, I'm not gonna lie to you, and we are all frustrated. But if we are not going to change the written document, we are not going to win the fight. The constitution must be amended in a lot of things. Preamble. Number 2, the president of the country is given only two terms. Only 2 terms to run the country. As I told you, that is in the constitution. We cannot have a minister also by Nkosi on a certain portfolio for 20 years with no difference. The constitution must come and say, even the minister of the presidency must also last the same terms as the president. Simu. You know where I'm going? I'm going to what my colleague said right now. Young people are in politics. Because there's quite a lot of blockage. No one is going anywhere. There's a lot of gatekeeping the platform. And what we resort to is that so when people move, constitution, you are mandated to leave after 2 years. We are Puma, are you aware ukuthi iParliament, website yeParliament moyo apply? Check website yeParliament to apply for vacancies? Oh, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, sikhona. Are you aware ukuthi laphayana bayakutshela ukuthi abantu eligible to apply is from 16 years to 65 years? That is the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. Maramosa province bakutshela ukuthi more 25 awusangene buphoyi said that's it, we are no more. So young people, we need to go and vote, and we petition to change the constitution. We cannot allow the law to work against us. We cannot allow abantu that are so brave to kill, and then because they've got money, they will just we need to start challenging these things. We are the government. And mela singasabi, iqala kuphi eKasi, lapha clinic. You can't be afraid, you must speak up. Nelson Mandela once said, if you free yourself, you automatically set other people free. If you can't ukhuluma, then you are going to no. Now let me stand for my own rights. So let's go and vote next year. And then let's challenge the constitution. Abantu abazosilida, all these ward committees, it's fine. Ekurhuleni, okay, I'm sorry guys, I'm sorry. I work with them. As we sit. So, but in Zamuti, we need to have a purpose as young people to say, for East South Africa, what is it enjoy its benefit? Let's change the written document. Nyabong.
Thank you.
Firstly, I'd like to highlight what my fellow speaker said about gatekeeping. As a young person who recently came out of school and is just trying to find their way through life or learn where to participate, what to do, where to apply, and everything, we do not have information, honestly. I don't know if it wasn't for, like currently I'm studying and I'm funded by NSFAS. I do not know much bursaries of where I can apply so that I can further my studies, because we can see the current bursary that we're using is very unreliable. Sometimes funds will come late, sometimes you are unsure whether funds will come or not, or things like that. But I don't know where to start, because information is not freely available. We go on the internet, we search for sites for bursaries, some are scams. We don't know where to find like genuine information. So I feel the need that we need to be exposed to more information so that we can make like better choices or more informed choices. Information needs to be readily available to us, not you must go find it through so and so, you must go to so and so in order to find information, because that's also keeping us from a lot of things. That's keeping us from a lot of things. And another thing with regard to voting, we can't just say we are giving up. We are not going to make a choice. I get democracy is there to say, if someone is not working for us, we must choose someone else. And we must take the power back by choosing someone else so that the next person knows, if we don't deliver to the people can take us out. I feel like that's where we must like not lose hope and remind the people who are leading us, you know what, as much as you have the power is with the people. And if you are not doing right by us, then we must maybe try other options. Thank you.
Sanbonan once again. I just want to emphasize, Bafet, you're going to complaining. Nama was once activist. Kuluma, after speaking, I'm a minister, Angbiza, what to Kulumaramna, and want to be incorporated within the structures of the ANC. But the truth of the matter is, ukuventama frustrations wenu uyosiza ngani? Asiqale lapho. Chances are anqali ukuza kuma program ahostwa government niventama frustrations wenu. True or not? It's true, angisho. But here's the thing. More frustrated director in energy towards something is of benefit. If awuyenzi lento le, yabona njengoba ucomplaina manje, na next year usazo complain. Na next year usazo complain. Uzobalinda futhi ukuthi kuphinde kube nenye action, election ucomplain. What have you accomplished to complain? Next. Now Inda, I want to show you the truth of Umhlaba. There is how the world is supposed to work. Basically, there is how the world works. I-government must fund a business go grade 9. Bakutshela ukuthi the demands of the people are unlimited. But the supply of our resources, our resources to supply or meet our demands wabantu are very limited. So as Kulmeni Klinis, can the government in all honesty within the position of employ all of us? No. Can NFSAS pay for his school fees, say to son? No.
Order.
Yeah, it's possible, but it's not happening. That's the reality.
Order. No.
Dialogue.
Akere, we provided an opportunity for participation. Let's give the same respect to our panel, because we need to wrap up. Akere.
Yeah, so, mina, man funu complain. It's no problem. Young John. Sines nga funu complain, es funu genza something of our lives. Sizo glule strategy no complain. Young John. For starters, ngilane, jongoba ngilang, sebenzene Gauteng legislature, I think for the past 4 years. Do you know volunteerega ngakhi ngatholi next? Sloke sahamba siyalena. Do you know khona lana bengikhuluma I was disqualified. You are disqualified. Imagine we share presentation. We are disqualified on the basis of our demographics. But we cannot have a chairperson wonka Ekurhuleni. Bafaku Osborne, bafaku Ngaba, bakhipha mina. Do you know inhliziyo yami ebuhlungu kanjani? On the basis of our demographics, ngaphinde ngabuya futhi. Mangibuya makumele ngithole iposition yami. Yazi bathini? Bathi ama-gender wa balance. We cannot have amadoda. Pair. Aba-disqualified. Azangiphele moya. Uyangithola? Bese my opportunity came here. Bese I got bese khona lala bengikhuluma khona. Ngabhayiziswa igesi, i-technology. Ziningi zonke lezi zinto lezi. But did I complain? No. Do you know what happened? I was constantly given a platform. Njengoba sila. Bese I made use of it. Namhla I've got a nice working relationship in the Gauteng legislature. Every time they need abantu base-Dayton, I'm the person they come to, banikeza abantu. If I gave up 2 times or 3 times, ngize ngibhayiziseka bekuzoyenzakalani? Kube ngila namhlanje. Angikho. Ne? Again, into engifuna ukuyiveza ukuthi the government is not perfect. But khona ama opportunities are available via my bursary schemes. I've got a friend, we co-founded an organization known as Scala First. He was not the smartest, but he had decent marks. Ufunde through a bursary scheme a provided government. Guess what? Ampatalela unyaka wakhe wonke. Isikolo sakhe sonke uche ufunde through a bursary yakho. But was it enough? No, it was not enough. Bega hasila, begaza ngama weekend ayenze atheli petrol. Why? Because umchita mela gcoke, mela cheke, mela pu. Wena osacomplaina ngokuthi imali enebusasa ayifiki nani. Another example, khona umngani wami naye namhla usebenza kahle uthengela umama kindlu nemoto umjida nje okrent. Do you know ukuthi ase TUT the struggle that he had to endure? Bekathengisa amakota bengekho mnandi. Abocheri bangamfuna nuka amafutha. Yeah. But here's the point issue. Yabona mo complain asithi kunzima buko. Mo complain u expect ukuthi abantu bazokenzela izinto. Here's the thing, uzoloku make position e1. Mfuna ukhotha statistics manje ne. According to South African statistics, it says ukuthi the life of a young person, their first permanent job that they will get, that is the ability ukuthi ichinche impilo yabo. They'll get that job at 26 years old. But the life of a young South African, it'll change up by the time they turn 26 years old. 26 years old. That's when you're told that will lead you to another job, that will ultimately give you the type of money and opportunities of Afuna. But here's the trick. Emma Sonto and Angisho will speak about the process, but you trust the process. The process is not about waiting for things to be better. The process is about what do you do in the process of waiting. Since in the frustrated government, what have you done to add value to yourself? When you meet a person of opportunity, Loyomuntu will be willing to take a chance and a bet on you. I told you about Chunga Namobegating Samakota. Do you know what? Lomuntu went to right metric yake, went to Esontweni, became an influential person in Esontweni, Rabbi youth leader. Guess what? Chumfundisi sponsored him. Okutayo funde visit. So my point is, ama opportunities na my platforms are called. 2 things. On your phone. Did I wait for a laptop? No.
Umtansekhaya ufuna videography, camera akayisebenzisi khona. What did I do? Abangani bami nama-event, ngavolunteera, ngathi ngicela ukungishuda mahhala. Ngaqala ngama-video, manje I get ama-bookings yokuthi ngenze i-videography. Umhlaba yazi usebenza ngani bafethu. The reality of the world, it works on the basis of who you know. Not on what you have, but who you know. But so once you know the right people, number two, your qualification gives you opportunity. Your character guarantees you a space within that opportunity. Sengvala, I want to give you a testimony. Ngiqala ngiyenza videography. A friend of mine wangithatha wathi Jofu usebenza nabo Mbongeni Ngema. I was unqualified. Yokuthi ngihlale nabo Mbongeni Ngema nabo Siphiwe Mtshali, but because I was applying myself and I knew the right people. Hambile ngaye Durban for a week. Hambile ngaye Durban for a week. But if Ben complain, I was not going to attract the people ebebazongisiza life. Jim Ron says, things become better when you become better. Success is not a matter of what you accomplish, but it is a matter of who you become. And as a result, the person that you become attracts the right people. Kuwe. My concluding point.
You want to say something?
Continue complaining. You stay in one place. Continue complaining. Things for people around you like foreigners who can't speak English. They'll continue to take our money. Personally, I'm not going to join the complaining brigade. I'm going to empower myself, be financially well, know abantu right, bese connect abantu within the right spaces. Complaining, do you know what it does? It increases depression yako, it destroys the mental health yako, and on a subconscious level, it renders you useless. Stop complaining and start doing something with the little that you have. Les
right.
Brown says you don't have to be great.
Thank you.
Closing quote. Les Brown says.
No. One last thing and then, yeah, please.
Les Brown says you don't have to be great to get started, but you have to get started to be great. Jordan Peterson says the fool is the precursor to the genius.
Thank you.
You must be willing to be a fool in order to be a genius.
All right, thank you. We were venting, ne? Not complaining. We were just venting. Ne? Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Mine is going to be short. Yeah, it's going to be short. Mine is, one thing I've analyzed is that our right to vote has been abused by the one we put in power.
Order.
I was saying our voter right was abused by the people we put in power because they failed us. That's why today people are complaining about voting. But I encourage young people, youth, you must be the voice for other young people. And we must continue to fight for change. We must never stop fighting. The struggle never stops. And I remember I have read one of Desmond Tutu quotes. He once said, I was denied an opportunity to vote in the country of my birth. So to us as young people, we have granted that an opportunity to make change. So I'm pleading with you, young people, voting is not optional for young people. We must go out there and make use of that right. For us to champion what we want to see in South Africa. We know what we're complaining about. The inequality part, political, not forgetting this one, economic justice. That's the problem. That one is the problem. Because of, we were told that we want freedom. Yes, we got freedom. But then what about economy? We want that economy in our hands. What do we do to get that economy as young people? We must be everywhere. We must challenge them. Left, right, and center. Viva!
Viva. Thank you so much, for the privilege of being able to be with you today. I hope you learned something, unlearned things, relearned some of the things you needed to relearn. We really appreciate your time. Your time is precious. And you must remember, please, you matter. Just because you are unemployed, it's just a status quo. It doesn't have to remain that way. Order. No, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. I think I'm going to give to Soli, and he will do the closing remarks. Okay.
Thank you very much. Before Mr. Mutlala takes it, again we said we have got to be practical, This is a proposed solution that we are giving to young people of Ekurhuleni and those of Westrand. That let us then establish a youth parliament, Ekurhuleni Youth Parliament, Westrand Youth Parliament, where we are going to practicalize all of these things that we're talking about, where we're going to ensure that there is accountability. Let us have that formal organization and let us hold these people to come and account through those organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. We are at the end of our program. Let me take this opportunity to request that Mr. Tulani Malatsi can come forward from the office of the Deputy Chairperson of Committees, which is the champion of the public participation, to come and make a reflection on the engagement. Round of applause, please.
Sanbonan, thank you very much to be asked to do a reflection of today's session. I think the first reflection I must indicate is that after a long time I've seen such a very well behaved audience. So you can give yourself a hand of applause. A hand of applause. But in any case, look, you are all beautiful. You are a beautiful audience, and you are in a beautiful event. And the discussions remind me of one person who said, each generation must discover its mission, fulfill it or betray it. So, what it means is that the youth of 1976 discovered their mission. They fulfilled it and did not betray it. The youth of 1985, which is us, 1985-86, we discovered our mission, we fulfill it and we did not betray it. I know there was a short generation somewhere by Bizayin, University, fees must fall. They discovered their mission, which was financial exclusion in tertiary institutions. They fulfilled it, they did not betray it. And I'm certain that the youth of today must still discover their mission. Please, I beg you, fulfill it, and don't betray it. These are the words from Frantz Fanon. And I think this meeting today is one of those stepping stones where the legislature has provided a platform for you to come sit down and talk things. The topic of today's talks about to vote or not to vote. And this topic was carefully selected that we should take it to unemployed young people so that they will be able to speak and do that. I think they've told you about the statistics of South Africa that we are about, what, 58.8 million people in South Africa. We are closely going to 60 million. 60. Yes, we are at 60 million. Thank you. And in that 60 million people in South Africa, the youth are the majority. Or almost by a majority. But they are a force to be reckoned with. And a majority of those young people are unemployed. So I think the legislature did their research correct to identify the people who needs to discuss this topic, and they brought those people here. So I think in this meeting there's quite a whole lot of things that people talk about. But I don't think it's a meeting that says, this is the meeting where we're going to say, Nina as the panelist, siyanithuma. No, I don't think that is the meeting saying. And I don't think this is the meeting that says, Nina as the legislature, siyanithuma. And I don't think this is the meeting where this meeting says, Nina as IEC, siyanithuma. Government, da 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 da. But this meeting is the meeting that begins to say, we are capable of doing things for ourselves. I don't know if I'm correct, analyze a grant. But I think this is the meeting that says. But also the meeting says, in South Africa, in Gauteng, in Ekurhuleni, there must be change. I think people are agreeing. That a lot of people are saying, ushintsho siyalifuna. Khona lo muntu bekakhuluma was very yini lento ngathi actor so dramatic kodwa ophuma ekahlehong yeah umjita wase Mandela. I like that man because he was showing us that ushintsho liyafuneka eMandela. But it's not only Mandela, it's David Horn, it's Tembisa, it's all over, what. Westrand, ne? So, ushintsho liyafuneka all over. I think that's what the meeting says. Ukhona omunye ubhuti ngapha ukhulume ngokuthi hey mina nyanizwa niyakhuluma mana. Mara umhlaba. Yabona? Akukho ezandleni zethu. And I think we need to begin thinking along those lines. Begin doing things along making sure that even if sokuthiwa when we are decide ukuthi I mean ayazi ngiseng writing decide ukuyesgela ngifuna ukuba lawyer ngifuna ukuba economist ngifuna yini do that please but at the back of your mind ukuthi ngesikolweni ngiyofunda nyoba udoctor nyoba iphysicians nyoba what mara umhlaba wona mele siubuyise and uzobuya much better when I'm an engineer, when I'm a doctor, when I'm a what, sound engineer, da. I think we're sibamba kahle nkokheli. Correct. The other thing that this meeting that I kind of trying to get is that young people amongst themselves are encouraging one another not to lose hope about volunteerism. I think that's what we're getting. That ungahlali uthi okay, no. But this meeting is showing that those who are volunteering, at the same time, they are doing something for free, but they are gaining experience, or they are gaining opportunities, or they are closer to things. Asithi ke mhlambe uyeza wena khona lo uthi mina ngibatshelile ngathi ngiyeza ngizoze-employer namhlanje or Wednesday. So when you are volunteering, you are also volunteering, but uyazi ukuthi aside une-access yefoni yalapho uzofonela la ufuna ukumaketa khona ngefoni yabo, uzo-emaila ngama-resources wabo, you know, all those kinds of things. So there are things that they can be positive in volunteering, and some of the information, because we are all agreeing that information is power. The other thing that I'm observing that this meeting is saying to each other as young people, especially those who are unemployed, is this thing that we call creativity. I think this meeting is also, or this seminar is saying, be creative. Ungayenzele into enjoyable every day and so on and so on. But try to come with innovative and creative ideas. And once you have those innovative and creative ideas, share them with other people. With councillor Maringabon and Jalo and Logan and so. How about? Then people will listen to you. Or anina youth is a kala. So how about? So those are things that shows creativity. Abanye ngeke bakumamele, abanye ngeke bakuzwe. But ngicela we practicalize the creativity yakho. I think there's a gentleman who spoke about those issues that asingaloku complain njalo. But let's do something and let's be creative. I think that's one thing that we noted. The last thing that I noted from this seminar, inzima lena na nokuthi nami ngikhulume ngathi inzima nyana mara ngizayikhuluma. I think this meeting is also saying to one another, amongst yourself and amongst everybody in this meeting, that let's learn to be patient. I think patient is very important because sometimes people want to do things in a hurry, and so on, fast, and without really being patient. And when you are patient, it gives you an opportunity to, in fact, re-look into yourself. Because the reality is that, yes, of course, South Africa needs people, this kind of people who have stats, where is the youth, who are they, is Batola Ganjani, is Communicator Ganjani, and all those kinds of things. We all know those kinds of things. But what is important is that you yourself as young people show us something to say, here we are as young people and we are capable of doing this thing. In conclusion, Master of Ceremony or Program Director, Mshalanga Phambili, there is a central message that is going through, and I'm not sure whether that message iyafika endlebeni zenu or iyafika in your minds or in your understanding or in your ears. Or there was somebody who said, "Nibayezwa mara ningabaleleli." You know that kind of. But I'm not sure whether these things are izwa or I see izwa, and I want to speak about it. Statistics says yes. So, young people in a majority, young people, unemployment, what, young people, and so on and so on. And somebody says, no, let's take charge. Let's go to government. So what it means to me, Manglele Lapa, it means you are going to go to your ward, a ward 41, a ward Banbani, and say, hey, again, many gangani ngukuthi nikhetha abantu abadala babe amakhansela nathi sikhona as young people ne khona umuntu okhulumile ngomama enji whatever what they said, so young people must come in, and I think nobody akekho umuntu oyiphikisayo lento in Gauteng legislature, safuna ukubona abantu abadala, sesifuna ukubona young people and so on and so on. Nobody's saying anything about that. Everybody's agreeing. But I think what is important, and this is what my point is, education. Ngoba sizomfaka lo muntu lo young. Athola ukuthi hayi now understand 3 asikho. Ne tech ayikho, ne common sense, you know that. So rather let's have education. Let's make sure we empower ourselves. Education, 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 and education. And with those words, Program Director, I'd like to say, let's keep education fashionable. Thank you.
Siyabonga. Ngathi abantu balambile. Ngoba bayakhuluma. Okay. All right. Siyabonga, Mr. Tulani Malatsi. We will go to hand it over to the councillor for vote of thanks. Over to you, councillor.
Mangibonge, ngithathe lethuba leli nginibonge. Ngifuna ukusho ukuthi nisiziphathe kahle kakhulu. Enokonke enukhulumile njengami for one ngifundile. I was the one ngihlala ngine problem ne-youth. Ngiyazi youth, hey man, useless gabi youth in, but today I've learned. And angifuna ngiphela ngize ngabona nama frustrations, sorry. Ngize ngabona nama frustrations esibhekane nawo singabantu. However, I'm from the office of the councillor because I will put it back kuye as a councillor as a whole. I think now what are the challenges the youth? And in Tanbonga, legislature maila, IEC maila, just to put things in perspective. Mr. Malatin Zoshungiti ukulmagahle, but the patient, it's a mother of success. Mangmal kamala onyabo.
Siyabonga. Let's put a round of applause for ourselves for attending. With my last words, I want to say we do appreciate you for coming here, but I want to advise you to organize yourselves. More specifically, I would speak to the region that I'm heading, which is Ekurhuleni, it will be an advice to Westrand region to formalize ourselves. Maybe it's high time that we can have Ekurhuleni Youth Parliament so that we can discuss that thing. How can we formulate that organization? Yes. With those words, I thank you. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Sorry, Nyapi. Nichelo bani. Ukudla kuyeza, hlalani phansi. Ukudla kuyeza, hlalani phansi. Asihlaleni phansi sizodla kahle.